pun intended, of matter? Or is consciousness, is that a settled position yet in the room?
Yeah, if it's a higher form, is it a higher form of reaction?
The whole scientific establishment contradicts us.
I think
because there's a big literature on the hard problem of consciousness, and no one claims that this problem is solved.
German, something I can tell you, the most scientific book that I've actually read is the Quran. I suggest you stick to it. It's the best source of science you're ever going to get. It should be, in fact, brought into all the schools and should be taught the Quran. And all the other, scientific books, Einstein, Newton, check that all bullshit away. Let's just have the Quran as the only source of science.
Okay, can I say something, Marcus? In philosophy, we have these things called categories, right? So there's different categories of things. For example, the Islam falls into theology. It's a religion, it's a book of guidance, it's a way of life, it's about theology, which is its own category, right? Science and history, these are different things. The Quran is not a book of history, it's not a book of science. It even contains these things, right? So Islam is a religion. So what you do is you're committing a categorical fallacy by comparing two things from different.
You're telling me there's a book that's got an answer for everything?
You don't think
German, when I asked you the question, what is God made? What is the substance that God is made of? When you yourself told us that there's a substance God is made out of, you couldn't answer that one.
Obviously,
So
the Holy Spirit.
Why did you not understand that analogy earlier to tell you to explain to you? You can speak intelligently about something.
Okay, let's go back to some serious conversation.
I
said this guy, Jason, I told this guy earlier on, I could speak to, but when Jason used an analogy, I can speak intelligently about something without fully understanding it. I will explain that to you, but you still mentioned that.
Did I not ask you if your God is abstract or material?
Oh, that's great, Tom.
And then you said your God is substance. And then when I asked you what substance is your God, you were not able to answer that one.
If you will.
I haven't heard Frank's voice. Frank, what do you say?
Hi, my boy. If you
How's it going?
Okay, Jason. Jason.
Yes.
You are a dead in the sense that you have a girl. Okay? It's okay.
Yes.
So, me, I was a boy. And my dad was an Muslim. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And what the fuck? What the fuck? In the sense that my mom was a Catholic.
So your dad was a Muslim and your mom was a Catholic?
Absolutely, Jason. So what do you do? What do you do in this instance?
Become a Jew.
Oh, why not? It would be cool. Maybe Hindu.
You're missing
Hindu,
the
maybe
tri-
Hindu.
Frank, you're just
Hindu.
You're just missing the trifecta of the Abrahamic religions. That's it. So you just need that.
Go ahead and land that plane.
Yeah, just go ahead and get that Judaism menu, and then you'll be.
I think Frank has been affected by the Spirit today. Spirit is strong in him.
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak.
It's okay to get mocked, but I really had these parents.
Yeah, Frank, do you have a speech impediment by any chance?
Sorry, can you repeat?
I said, do you have a speech impediment?
No, he's French. Leave him alone.
His problem is his French.
Jason.
Yes.
Yes, Froggies.
Listen to that to Uncle Frank. Listen.
Yeah.
Uncle.
I can't tell if you have a speech impediment or you're drunk and foreign. So I can't tell which one is which.
My question is, Jason, why are you so mocking?
So what?
Mocking?
It's okay.
No.
He said, why are you so mocking?
Sorry.
Oh no, I'm not mocking. So I was. No. I wasn't mocking, Frank. I was asking because I don't wanna say rude stuff to you if you have a speech impediment. But if you're just drunk and foreign, then I could just talk shit the whole time.
Yes, Jason. Please tell us, Jason.
So I was just trying to make sure.
JCC. Hi, JCC. How are you, my friend?
Hey, I'm good, Frank. How's it going, dude?
So you know this guy, JCC?
Yeah, I've heard him talk a couple times.
But
Does he normally sound like this, or this is how he comes?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
Frank at Natural Core.
Oh, okay.
Okay, JCT. Yes, boy, my boy.
Okay, Frank, can you do you have an idea of what consciousness is? Can you break that down for us? Yeah.
Jason, are you white or black?
It's Jason.
Jason, sorry, Jason.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a newcomer for me. Jason,
Mm-hmm.
are
Yes.
you Jason?
Yes, that's me.
Are you black or white?
I don't see color.
Okay, you are. So I presume you must be black guy. Hey, yeah,
Well,
black guy, Michael Jackson.
So what, Frank, what do you call somebody that's in the middle? Because I'm not.
If you don't mind, let me just quickly chip in. So Tony is not.
Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freighter Putter Abo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve at your mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Puderabo, Alistair Crowley, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve at your mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Puderabo, Alistair Crowley, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Carthage, though a commercial republic, was the aggressor in the very war that ended in her destruction. Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, into the gates of Rome before Scipio in turn gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage and made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidable league, 9 which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contest with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering and most implacable of the opponents of Louis XIV. In the government of Britain, the representatives of the people composed one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war. And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives, upon various occasions, dragged their monarchs into war or continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations. Sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state. In that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austria and Bourbon, which so long kept Europe in a flame, it is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice, of a favorite leader, then protracted the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last-mentioned nations have in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own, what a reason can we have to confide in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace, cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation? Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every shape? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age and to adopt as a practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet remote from the happy empire of perfect wisdom, perfect virtue? Let the point of extreme depression to which our national dignity and credit have sunk, let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government, let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania, and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declare. There's 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, breathe softly as a well to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen turned inward, miss no atom of analysis. 6 on 1 thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, the meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
All these things in one or power time, at the midnight blossom flower, the one that is yet even in this, my son, no shall not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling road, discarding name form, silent stress, even of inside consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here, thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brother of the silver star.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well to love be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands, hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen turned inward, miss no atom of analysis.
6 on 1 thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong,
Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one or power time, that the midnight blossom flower, the one that is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next to that ecstasy prolonged, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
last all these things in one with power time, let the midnight blossom flower. The one that says yet even this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
Federalist No. 7. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, What inducements could the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say. Precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. This cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were ungranted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their property. The others have contended that the rights of the Crown in this article devolved upon the Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors, was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King of Great Britain, till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace. This, it has been said, was at all events an acquisition to the Confederacy by compact with a foreign power. It has been the prudent policy of Congress to appease this controversy by prevailing upon the states to make cessions to the United States for the benefit of the whole. This has been so far accomplished as, under a continuation of the Union, to afford a decided prospect of an amicable termination of the dispute. A dismemberment of the Confederacy, however, would revive this dispute and would create others on the same subject. At present, a large part of the vacant Western Territory is, by cession at least, if not by any anterior right, the common property of the Union. If that were at an end, the states which made the cession on a principle of federal compromise would be apt when the motive of the grant had ceased to reclaim the lands as a reversion. The other states would no doubt insist on a proportion, by right of representation. Their argument would be that a grant once made could not be revoked, and that the justice of participating in territory acquired or secured by the joint efforts of the Confederacy remained undiminished. If, contrary to probability, it should be admitted by all the states that each had a right to a share of this common stock, there would still be a difficulty to be surmounted as to a proper rule of apportionment. Different principles would be set up by different states for this purpose, and as they would affect the opposite interests of the parties, they might not easily be susceptible of a pacific adjustment.
Because when once an efficient national government is established, the best men in the country will not only consent to serve, but also will generally be appointed to manage it. For although town or country, or other contracted influence, may place men in state assemblies, or senates, or courts of justice, or executive departments, yet more general and extensive reputation for talents and other qualifications will be necessary to recommend men to offices under the national government, especially as it will have the widest field for choice, and never experience the want of proper persons, which is not uncommon in some of the states hence. It will result that the administration, the political councils, and the judicial decisions of the national government will be more wise, systematical, and judicious than those of individual states, and consequently more satisfactory with respect to other nations, as well as more safe with respect to us. Because under the national government, well from a variety of independent courts and judges appointed by different and independent governments, as from the different local laws and interests, which may affect and influence them. The wisdom of the convention in committing such questions to the jurisdiction, judgment of courts appointed by and responsible only to one national government cannot be too much commended, because the prospect of present loss or advantage may often tempt the governing party in one or two states to swerve from good faith and justice, but those temptations not reaching the other states and consequently having little or no influence on the national government. Temptation will be fruitless and good faith and justice be preserved. A case of a treaty of peace with Britain adds great weight to this reasoning, because even if the governing party in a state should be disposed to resist such temptations, yet as such temptations may and commonly do result from circumstances peculiar to the state and may affect a great number of the inhabitants, the governing party may not always be able, if willing, to prevent the injustice meditated or to punish the aggressors. But the national government, not being affected by those local circumstances, will neither be induced to commit the wrong themselves, nor want power or indignation that could influence them or punish its commission by others.
The utility of a confederacy, as well to suppress faction and to guard the internal tranquility of states, as to increase their external force and security, is in reality not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with great assiduity, cited and circulated observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government. But they seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor to have adverted to the consequences of the principle to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. When Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics, the standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we
We shall be driven to the alternate either of taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or of splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America. To the people of the state of New York, it is not a new observation that the people of any country, if like the Americans intelligent and well-informed, and steadily persevere for many years in an erroneous opinion respecting their interest, the consideration naturally tends to create great respect for the high opinion which the people of America have so long and uniformly entertained of the importance of their continuing firmly united under one federal government, vested with sufficient powers for all general and national purposes. The more attentively I consider and investigate the reasons which appear to have given birth to this opinion, the more I become convinced that they are cogent and conclusive. Among the many objects to which a wise and free people find it necessary to direct their attention, that of providing for their safety seems to be the first. The safety of the people doubtless has relation to a great variety of circumstances and considerations, and consequently affords great latitude to those who wish to define it precisely and comprehensively. At present, I mean only to consider it as it respects security for the preservation of peace and tranquility, as well as against dangers from foreign arms and influence, as from dangers of the like kind arising from domestic causes. As the former of these comes first in order, it is proper, it should be the first discussed. Let us therefore proceed to examine whether the people are not right in their opinion that a cordial union under an efficient national government affords them the best security that can be devised against hostilities from abroad. The number of wars which have happened or will happen in the world will always be found to be in proportion to the number and weight of the causes, whether real or pretended, which provoke or invite them. If this remark be just, it becomes useful to inquire whether so many just causes of war are likely to be given by United America as by disuniting America. For if it should turn out that United America will probably give the fewest, then it will follow that in this respect the Union tends most to preserve the people in a state of peace with other nations.
In the wide field of Western territory, therefore, we perceive an ample theater for hostile pretensions, without any umpire or common judge to interpose between the contending parties, to reason from the
his teaching is
PTR.
Hey, Megatron, I have a question for you, Megatron.
Dorothy, you there? It's kind of late. Well, it's only 8. It's about a little before 9 o'clock for him. I don't know if he's there.
Are you Megatron? Son to Megatron.
Ground control to Megatron.
Oh, most patient Megatron. Oh, most all-knowing Megatron. Oh, most all-wise Megatron, just and kind Megatron. Knower of all that is there to know. King of all kings, Megatron. Hear me now, Megatron.
So I'm clicking my phone. I just unmuted myself.
So,
Those Clorox wipes.
you know, JCC and Roivas, I don't want to let you guys in on a little secret since you guys are such staunch atheists, but Megatron's name is the secret name of Kitover, the crown in the Holy Kabbalah. And our presence with the crown, we are now the four-pointed star of the Sephiroth. Hello?
Past and future, we shall have good ground to apprehend that the sword would sometimes be appealed to as the arbiter of their differences. The circumstances of the dispute between Connecticut and Pennsylvania, respecting the land at Wyoming, admonish us not to be sanguine in expecting an easy accommodation of such differences. The Articles of Confederation oblige the parties to submit the matter to the decision of a federal court. The submission was made, and the court decided in favor of Pennsylvania. But Connecticut gave strong indications of dissatisfaction with that determination, nor did she appear to be entirely resigned to it, till, by negotiation and management, something like an equivalent was found for the loss she supposed herself to have sustained. Nothing here said is intended to convey the slightest censure on the conduct of that state. She no doubt sincerely believed herself to have been injured by the decision. And states, like individuals,
I'm sorry, were you guys talking? I had my...
Yeah, we're just both saying some people can't come in here.
I had my Suno playing. All right, well, gentlemen, I know I've made fun of you both a lot over the past couple of years for being low IQ, but that was all just for fun. The truth is you're stupid. You're not just low IQ. But I wanna hit the bell, and I want you guys to take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10, not 11, 10, not 9 seconds. Here we go. Now grab your balls. Grab your balls with both your hands, and again, take the deepest breath of the day. Squeeze your balls. There you go. JCC, you of course can grab your clitoris. Go ahead.
JCC's trying to chill and make a fire EP right now.
I came in here at a long time.
Oh yeah. Ooh, son.
Unfortunately, if Stan is gonna do this, we have no control. So, just Megatron's kind of.
You know what is worse than a stupid is being a white stupid, a white fucking people.
Yeah, white people are no mistake for that.
They're trash, they're fucking trash. Fucking trash.
They got stinky legs, they don't use washcloths.
They start to be coupled, they like to see their work and especially black people.
That's true, yes, that's true. That's my favorite thing.
Oh my god, I smell bad here, bro. I smell fucking bad.
Rebuttal, Shalala. Be at peace.
How do we, like, what's right?
Smell bad, bro. I smell bad. And your
is your fucking European fucking slut.
Wow.
Ah, shit. Don't tell me I'm fucking American. I hate Americans, bro. I hate this fucking American.
Yeah, most of the world does here.
Wow.
China all the way. China all the day, bro.
Amazing.
But shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you, white trash. Fucking slut.
That's right. I'm a
Jesus.
But shut the fuck up, bro. Put 5 on your fucking mouth, a little fucking hole.
I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish, watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need confession. I haven't any grave sense. And besides, if I stay away more, there will be less danger of routine confessions. My prayers don't seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my acts and decisions are not always with the teachings of the church at Song without end is the cleverness of the evil one
Croatia, man. You know, look, I'm
in exploiting our weaknesses, our likes and dislikes. I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish, watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need confession. I haven't any grave sins. And besides, if I stay away more, there will be less danger of routine confessions. My prayers don't seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my acts and decisions are not outrageous. When this song turns and the chicks to the I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I may do harm to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever confessions. My prayers don't seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need.
Today, let us resolve to accept the huge amount of graces that God is raining down on us. We have His biblical promise in Romans 5:20 that with sin increase, grace abounded all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. But our sins and our pride act as umbrellas to keep the grace away from our soul. So let's pray for the grace to accept the graces. Today, let us resolve. Today, let us resolve. Today, let us resolve to accept the huge amount of graces that God is raining down on us. We have His biblical promise in Romans 5:20 that increase, grace abounds all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. But our sins and our pride act as umbrellas to keep the graces away from our soul. So let's pray for the grace, to accept the graces. Today, let us resolve those. Today, let us resolve to accept the huge amount of graces that God is bringing down on us. We have His biblical promise in Romans 5:20 that with sin increase, grace abounded all the more. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today everywhere we look, so we know that there is an abundance of grace raining down from heaven on each and every one of us as well.
Bitch, get out the way! Hello? Bitch! Get out the fucking way!
Today, let us resolve.
Get out of the way, man! Hello?
Who's playing these? Is it Son or is it Demi? Hello? Oh shit, bitch, get out.
Dying to self, killing your ego, and living in the perfect imitation of Christ and Mary. When you've forgotten or neglected and you don't hurt with the insult, but your heart is happy, that is dying to self. When your advice is
yourself. When you can see your brother or sister prosper, and can honestly rejoice with him and feel no envy, even though your needs are greater. That is dying to self. When you are content with any food,
And it's beginning in
any offering, any raiment, any climate or any society. That is dying to self. When you can take correction, when you can humbly submit inwardly as well as outwardly, with no rebellion or resentment rising up within your heart.
Yet in it do all creatures
That is dying to self.
names fire, water, air, earth, in endless variety.
Frequent confession is the cause of great good to the soul, because it purifies it, heals it, and confirms it in the service of God. We ought not therefore to omit confession on the fixed days for any business whatsoever, but go to confession first, and to business afterwards, and the first will help the last. We ought to persuade ourselves to find Jesus Christ in the person of our confessor. Give me 10 men really detached from the world, and I have the heart to believe I could convert the world with them. He who communicates often as he ought to do brings forth good fruit, the fruit of humility, the fruit of patience, the fruit of all the virtues. 5 penitents or not to go to confession for temporal ends, to get alms and the like. We ought to make no account of the modest person, notwithstanding that he may possess other virtues. 7, the Holy Spirit says of relates to pastor. He who hears and obeys his superiors hears and obeys me, and he who despises them despises and disobeys me. If the servant of God would fain walk with more security through so many snares scattered in every place, he should have our Blessed Lady as his mediatrix with her son. I, the sick man, may desire to get well, provided he seals his desire always with an if it please God. If it is good for my soul, we can do many good things in health which sickness hinders us from doing. Sin and sickness we ought to ask God to give us patience, because it often happens that when a man gets well, he not only does not do the good he proposed to do when he was sick, but he multiplies his sins and his ingratitude. The bowl is a blind rat which always stays in the ground. It eats earth and hollows it out, but is never satisfied with it. So is the avaricious man or woman. 12 penitents who never make vows without the advice of their spiritual fathers. If we do make such vows, it is best to make them conditionally. For example, I make a vow to have 2 masses said on S. Lucy's day with this bargain. If I can, if I do not forget it, because if I do not remember it, I do not wish to be bound. I do not wish to be bound. I do not wish to be bound. Not to do so because he is moved by an attachment to the thing, but from want and necessity, for it will never do to buy attachments. 15 certain little voluntary attachments of self-love must be cut through, and then we must dig round them and then remove the earth. We get down deep enough to find a place where they are rooted and interlaced together. 16, a person must be ready to endure when through a virtuous motive he is mortified by others, and even when God permits him to be in bad odor with others and regarded and driven away as an infected sheep. 17, our enemy, the devil who fights with us in order to vanquish us, seeks to disunite us in the houses and to breed quarrels, dislikes contacts and rivalries, because while we are fighting with each other, he comes and conquers us and makes us more securely his own. Whose time of realization is 18. He who does not think on the benefits he received from God in this life. And on those greater ones his mercy has prepared. In that other life of bliss does not nourish love to God, but kills and freezes it. 19. If a soul could altogether abstain from venial sins, the greatest pain it could have would be to be detained in this life. So great would its desire be of union with God. 20 in the persecutions which bad men excite against piety and devotion. We must keep our eyes on God, whom we serve, and on the testimony of a good conscience. 21. How patiently Christ, the King and Lord of heaven and earth, bore the apostles, enduring at their hands many incivilities and misbeliefs. They being but poor and rough fishermen. How much more ought we to bear with our neighbor if he treats us with incivility? Let it be. The names are Catholic. We must give ourselves to God altogether. 23. God makes all his own, the soul that is wholly given to it. When a man has not a particular feeling of devotion on the chief feasts of the year, let us reflect that the word left heaven and stooped to become man for us. 26. Besides pardoning those who persecute us, we ought to feel pity for the delusion they are laboring under. 27. To one who really loves God, there is nothing more harassing or burdensome than life.
Is this another psycho?
The great thing is to become saints. In order to enter paradise, we must be well justified and well purified. Let the young man look after the flesh, and the old man after avarice, and we shall all be saints together. Where there is no great mortification, there is no great sanctity.
The sanctity of the man lies in the breadth of 3 fingers.
The forehead.
That is to say, in mortifying the understanding, which would fail reason upon things.
He who really wishes to become a saint must never defend himself, except in a few rare cases, but always acknowledge himself in fault, even when what is alleged against him is untrue.
What we know of the virtues of the saints is the least part of them.
The relics of the saints ought to be venerated, and we may laudably keep them in our room, but it is not well, unless on great occasion, to wear them on our persons, because it will often happen then that they are not treated with all the respect which is becoming. 9. The old patriarchs possessed riches and had wives and children, but they lived without defiling their affections with these things, although they possessed them, because they only allowed themselves the use of them, and were ready to abandon them in whatever way the majesty of God might require of them. 10. We ought to pray God importunately to increase in us every day the light and heat of his goodness.
11.
It is an old custom with the servants of God always to have some little prayers ready, and to be darting them up to heaven frequently during the day, lifting their minds to God from out of the filth of this world. He who adopts this plan will get great fruit with little pains.
12 tribulations, if we bear them patiently, for the love of God appear bitter at first, but they grow sweet when one gets accustomed to the taste.
The man who loves God with a true heart and prizes him above all things sometimes sheds floods of tears and prayer, and has an abundance of favors and spiritual feelings coming upon him with such vehemence that he is forced to cry out, Lord, let me be quiet. But a man ought not to seek for these weaknesses and sensible devotions forcibly, for he will be easily deluded by the devil and will run a risk of injuring his health. When the soul lies resignedly in the hands of God and is contented with the divine pleasure, it is in good hands and has the best security that good will happen to it.
On the table.
To be entirely conformed and resigned to the divine will is truly a road in which we cannot get wrong, and is the only road which leads us to taste and enjoy that peace which sensual and earthly men know nothing of.
Resignation is all in all to the sick man. He ought to say to God, Lord, if you want me, here I am. Although I have never done any good, do with me what you will. 18, never make a noise of any sort in church, except for the greatest necessity. 19, patience is necessary for the servant of God, and we must not be distressed at trouble, but wait for consolation. When seculars have once chosen their secular state, let them persevere in it, and in the devout exercises which they have begun, and in their works of charity, and they shall have contentment at their death.
21.
The vocation to the religious life is one of the great benefits which the Mother of God obtains from her Son for those who are devoted to her.
22.
There is nothing more dangerous in the spiritual life than to wish to rule ourselves after our own way of thinking.
21.
Among the things we ought to ask of God is perseverance in well-doing and in serving the Lord, because if we only have patience and persevere in the good life we have begun to lead, we shall acquire a most eminent degree of spirituality.
Sorry, he is perfect in the school of Christ, who despises being despised, rejoices in self-contempt, and accounts himself to be very nothingness.
The way which God takes with the souls that love him by allowing them to be tempted and to fall into tribulations is a true espousal between himself and them.
In passing from a bad state to a good
All
one,
these snacks, man.
there is no need of counsel, but in passing from a good one to a better time, counsel and prayer must go to decision. We must continually pray to God for the conversion of sinners, thinking of the joy there is in heaven both to God and the angels in the conversion of each separate sinner. To speak of ourselves without cause, saying, I have said, I have done, incapacitates us for receiving spiritual consolations. We ought to desire to be in such a condition as to want sixpence and not be able to get it. Let us despise gold, silver, jewels, and all that the blind and cheated world vainly and ignorantly prizes. Let us learn here below to give God the confession of praise which we ought to hope to give him in heaven above. He who wishes to go to paradise must be an honest man and a good Christian, and not give heed to dreams. 8 fathers and mothers of families should bring up their children virtuously, looking at them rather as God's children than their own, and to count life and health and all they possess as loans which they hold of God. In saying the Pater Noster, we ought to reflect that we have God for our Father in heaven, and so go on making a sort of meditation of it word by word. Tend to make ourselves disaffected to the things of the world. It is a good thing to think seriously of the end of them, saying to ourselves, and then, 11. The devil, who is a most haughty spirit, is never more completely mastered than by humility of heart and a simple, clear, undisguised manifestation of our sins and temptations to our confessor. 12. We ought not ordinarily to believe prophecies or to desire them, because it is possible there may be many deceits and snares of the devil therein. It is a most useful thing when we see another doing any spiritual good to his neighbor, to seek by prayer to have a part in that same good which the Lord is working by the hand of another. At communion, we ought to ask for the remedy of the vice to which we feel ourselves most inclined. 15. To him who truly loves God, nothing more displeasing can happen than the lack of occasion to suffer for him. 16. We ought to hate no one, for God never comes where there is no love of our neighbors. We must accept our own death and that of our relations when God shall send it to us, and not desire it at any other time, for it is sometimes necessary that it should happen at that particular moment for the good of our own and their souls. 18. The perfection of a Christian consists in knowing how to mortify himself for the love of Christ. He who desires ecstasies and visions does not know what he is desiring. 20. As for those who run after visions, dreams, and the like, we must lay hold of them by the feet and pull them to the ground by force, lest they should fall into the devil's net, when according to the rules of the fathers and ancient monks, whoever wishes to advance in perfection must hold the world in no reputation. To the There's nothing more displeasing to God than our being inflated with self-esteem. When a man knows how to break down his own will and to deny his soul what it desires, he's got a good degree in virtue. When a man falls into any bodily infirmity, he must lie and think and say, God has sent me this sickness because he wishes something of me. I must therefore make up my mind to change my life and become that. When a man has a tribulation sent him from God and is impatient, we may say to him, you are not worthy that God should visit you. You do not deserve so great a good. Poverty and tribulations are given us by God as trials of our fidelity and virtue, as well as to enrich us with more real and lasting riches in heaven. Scruples ought to be most carefully avoided, as they disquiet the mind and make a man melancholy. Let us throw ourselves into the arms of God and be sure that if he wishes anything of us, he will make us good for all he desires us to do for him. Nothing helps a man more than prayer.
I figured you'd say that. Such good news.
Persons who live in the world should persevere in coming to church to hear sermons and remember to read spiritual books, especially the lives of the saints. When temptation comes, a man should remember his weaknesses he has had in prayer at other times, and he will thus easily master the temptation. Spirituality is usually very great in the beginning, but afterwards the Lord fidgets along his armor, makes as though he would go farther. In such a case we must stand firm and not be disturbed, because God is then withdrawing his most holy hand of sweetnesses to see if we are strong. And then if we resist and overcome those tribulations and temptations, the sweetnesses and heavenly consolations return. We ought to apply ourselves to the acquisition of virtue, because in the end the whole terminates in greater sweetnesses than before. And the Lord gives us back all our favors and consolations, double five. It is easy to infuse the most fervent devotion into others, even in a short time. But the great matter is to persevere. He who continues in anger, strife, and a bitter spirit is a taste of the air of hell. 7 to obtain the protection of our blessed Lady and our most judgments. It is very useful to say 63 times after the fashion of a rosary, Virgin Mary, Mother of God, pray to Jesus for me. Pray to Jesus for me. When we make this prayer to our blessed Lady, we give her every possible praise and the least possible compass, because we call her by her name of Mary. And give her those 2 great titles of Virgin and Mother of God, and the name Jesus, the fruit of her most pure womb. The things of this world do not remain constantly with us, for if we do not leave them before we actually die, in death at least we all infallibly depart as empty-handed as we came. And to pray well requires the whole man in heaven. Discipline and other like things are not to be practiced without the leave of a confessor. He who does it of his own mind will either hurt his constitution or become proud, fancying to himself that he has done some great thing. 12 God takes a special delight in the humility of a man who believes that he has not yet begun to do any good. 13. Before going to confession or taking counsel with our director, it will be very useful to pray for a sincere goodwill to become a really holy man. 14. He who runs away from one cross will meet a bigger one on his road. 15. Christ died for sinners. We must take heart therefore and hope that paradise will be ours, provided only we repent of our sins and do good. Never let us
sick man set himself to reason with the devil, otherwise he will inevitably be taken in. Let him appeal to his ghostly father, of whom the devil stands in mortal fear. 17, he who serves God must do the best he cannot to receive the reward of his labors in this world. In giving alms to the poor, we must act as good ministers of the providence of God. 19, he who feels that the vice of avarice has got hold of him should not wish to observe fasts of supererogation. But to give alms, 20, perfection cannot be attained without the greatest toil. 21, as soon as we are stripped of the sordid garb of avarice, we shall be clothed with the royal and imperial of the opposite virtue, liberality. Even in the midst of the crowd, we can be going on to perfection. 23, not everything which is better in itself is better for each man in particular. 24, be devout to the Madonna, keep yourself from sin, and God will deliver you from your evils. 25, if we wish to keep peace with our neighbors, we should never remind anyone of his natural reflex. We must sometimes bear with little defects in others, as we have against our own will to bear with natural defects in ourselves. 25, men of rank ought to just like their equals and be accompanied by servants, as the state requires, but modesty should go along with it all. We should not be quick at correcting others, but rather to think of ourselves first. Persons who live in the world should persevere in coming to church to hear sermons and remember to read spiritual books, especially the lives of the saints. When temptation comes, a man should remember the sweetnesses he has had in prayer at other times, and he will thus easily master the temptation. The fervor of spirituality is usually very great in the beginning, but afterwards the more thing is the longer desire makes us though we would go farther. In such a case we must stand firm and not be disturbed, because God is then withdrawing his most holy hand of weaknesses to see if we are strong, and then if we resist and overcome those tribulations and temptations, the sweetnesses and heavenly consolations return. We ought to apply ourselves to the acquisition of virtue, because in the end the whole terminates in greater sweetnesses than before, and the Lord gives us back all our favors and consolations double five. It is easy to infuse the most fervent devotion into others, even in a short time, but the great matter is to persevere. He who continues in anger, strife, and fear, spirit as a taste of the air of hell, to obtain the protection of our blessed Lady in a most certain wants. It is very useful to say 63 times, as the fashion of a rosary, Virgin Mary, Mother of God, pray to Jesus for me. When we make this prayer to our blessed Lady, we give her every possible praise in the least possible compass, because we call her by the name of Maui, and give her those two great titles of Virgin and Mother of God, and the name Jesus, the fruit of her most pure womb. Things of this world do not remain constantly with us, for if we do not leave them before we actually die, in death at least we all infallibly depart as empty-handed as we came. To pray well requires the whole man. 11. The discipline and other like things are not to be practiced without the leave of our confessor. He who does it of his own mind will either hurt his constitution or become proud, fancying to himself that he has done some great thing. 12. God takes a special delight in the humility of a man who believes that he has not yet begun to do any good. 13. Before going to confession or taking counsel with our good. 16. Never let a sick man set himself to reason with the devil. Otherwise, he will inevitably be taken in. Let him appeal to his ghostly father, of whom the devil stands in mortal fear. 17. He who serves God must do the best he cannot to receive the reward of his labors in this world. 18. And giving alms to the poor, we must act as good ministers of the providence of God. 19. He who feels with the vice of avarice has got hold of him, should not wish to observe fast and supererogation, but to give alms. 20. Perfection cannot be attained without the greatest toil. 21. As soon as we are stripped of the sordid garb of avarice, we shall be clothed with the royal and imperial vest of the opposite virtue, liberality. Student in the midst of the crowd, we can be going on to perfection. 23. Not everything which is better in itself is better for each man in particular. 24. Be devout to the Madonna. Keep yourself from sin, and God will deliver you from your evils. 25. If we wish to keep peace with our neighbors, we should never remind anyone of his natural defects. 26. We must sometimes bear with little defects in others, as we have against our own will to bear with natural defects in ourselves. 27. The men of rank ought to dress like their equals and be accompanied by servants, as their state requires, but modesty should go along with it all. 28. We should not be quick at correcting others, but rather to think of ourselves first. Saint Peter and the other apostles and apostolical men, seeing the Son of God born in poverty and then living so absolutely without anything that he had not where to lay his head, and contemplating him dead and naked on a cross, stripped themselves also of all things and took the road of the evangelical counsel. Oh yeah. Nothing unites the soul to God more closely, or breeds contempt of the world sooner than being harassed and distressed. In this life there is no purgatory, it is either hell or paradise. For to him who serves God truly, every trouble and infirmity turns into consolations, and through all kinds of trouble he has a paradise within himself. Even in this world, and he who does not serve God truly and gives himself up to sensuality has one hell in this world and another in the next. Oh yeah. To get good from reading the lives of the saints in the spiritual books, we ought not to read out of curiosity or skimmingly, but with pauses, and when we feel ourselves warmed, we ought not to pass on, but to stop and follow up the spirit which is stirring in us. And when we feel it no longer then, to pursue our reading, thought to begin and end well, devotion to our blessed lady. The mother of God is nothing less than indispensable. We have no time to go to sleep here, for paradise was not made for patrons. We must have confidence in God, who is what he always has been. And we must not be disheartened because things turn out contrary to us. Amen. Should not change from a good state of life to another, although it may be better without taking grave counsel. sit in judgment on his own actions without going abroad to investigate and criticize those of others. 10. Oh, yeah. True servants of God endure life and desire death. It never may be better without taking grave counsel. Oh, yeah. Let everyone stay at home, that is within himself, and sit in judgment on his own actions without going abroad to investigate and criticize those of others. 10. True servants of God endure life and desire death. 11. There is not a finer thing on earth than to make a virtue of necessity. 12. To preserve our cheerfulness amid sicknesses and troubles is a sign of a right and good spirit. Yeah. A man should not ask tribulations of God, presuming on his being able to bear them. There should be the greatest possible caution in this matter, for he who bears what God sends him daily does not do a small thing. 14. They who have been exercised in the service of God for a long time may in their prayers imagine all sorts of insults offered to them, such as blows, wounds, and the like. So in order to imitate Christ by their charity, they accustom their hearts before Him to forgive real injuries when they come. Let us think of Mary, for she is that unspeakable virgin, that glorious lady who conceived and brought forth without detriment to her virginity. Hell, whom the width of the heavens cannot contain within itself, the true servant of God acknowledges no other country but heaven, and God infuses extraordinary sweetnesses into the soul. A man ought to prepare for some serious tribulation or temptation. 18. When we have these extraordinary sweetnesses, we ought to ask of God fortitude to bear whatever He may please to send us, and then to stand very much upon our guard, because there is danger of sin behind. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. One of the most excellent means of obtaining perseverance is discretion. We must not wish to do everything at once, or become a saint in 4 days. 20 in our clothes, we are like Bernard, to love poverty, but not filthiness. 21. He who wishes to advance in spirituality should never slur over his defects negligently without particular examination of conscience, even independent of the time of sacramental confession. 22. A man should not so attach himself to the means as to forget the end. Neither must we give ourselves so much to mortify the flesh as to forget to mortify the brain, which is the chief thing after all. 23. We ought to desire the virtues of prelates, cardinals, and popes, but not their dignities. 24. The skin of self-love is fastened strongly on our hearts, and it hurts us to flay it off. And the more we get down to the quick, the more. St. Peter another, although it may be better without taking grave counsel. Let everyone stay at home, that is, within himself, and sit in judgment on his own actions, without going abroad to investigate and criticize those of others. Tell the true servants of God endure life and desire death in heaven. There is not a finer thing on earth than to make a virtue of necessity. 12 to preserve our cheerfulness amid sicknesses and troubles is a sign of a right and good spirit. A man should not ask tribulations of God, presuming on his being able to bear them. There should be the greatest possible caution in this matter, for he who bears what God sends him daily does not do a small thing. They who have been exercised in the service of God for a long time may in their prayers imagine all sorts of insults offered to them, such as blows, wounds, and the like, and so in order to imitate Christ by their charity, may accustom their hearts beforehand to forgive real injuries when they come. 15, let us think of Mary, for she is that unspeakable virgin, the glorious lady, who conceived and brought forth, without detriment to her virginity, him whom the width of the heavens cannot contain within itself, cannot contain within itself. The true servant of God acknowledges no other country but heaven. 17. When God infuses extraordinary sweetnesses into the soul, a man ought to prepare for some serious tribulation or temptation. 18. When we have these extraordinary sweetnesses, we ought to ask of God fortitude to bear whatever he may please to send us, and then to stand very much upon our guard, because there is danger of sin behind. 19. One of the most excellent means of obtaining perseverance is discretion. We must not wish to do everything at once, or become a saint in 4 days. 20. In our clothes we ought like Esther not to love poverty, but not filthiness. 21. He who wishes to advance in spirituality should never slur over his defects negligently without particular examination of conscience, even independent of the time of sacramental confession. Man should not so attach himself to the means as to forget the end. Neither must we give ourselves so much to mortify the flesh as to forget to mortify the brain, which is the chief thing after all. 20. We ought to desire the virtues of prelates, cardinals, and popes, but not their dignities. The skin of self-love is fastened strongly on our hearts, and it hurts us to flay it off. And the more we get down to the quick, the more keen and difficult it is. 25. This first step, which we ought to have taken of ourselves already, we have always in our mind, yet never put it in execution. 20 words. A man ought to set about putting his good resolutions in practice and not change them lightly. We must not omit our ordinary devotions for every trifling occasion that may come in the way, such as going to confession on our fixed days, and particularly hearing mass on weekdays. If we wish to go out walking or anything of that sort, let us make our confession and perform our usual exercises first, and then go. It is very useful for those who minister the word of God or give themselves up to prayer to read the works of authors whose names begin with S, such as St. Augustine, St. Bernard, and Saint. 21! Nothing more glorious can happen to a Christian than to suffer for Christ. We ought to make no account of abstinences and fasts when there is self-will in the matter. To our Blessed Lady is the dispenser of all the favors which the goodness of God God concedes to the sons of Adam. In seeking for counsel, it is necessary sometimes to hear what our inferiors think and to recommend ourselves to their prayers. A man ought never to say one word in his own praise, however true it may be, no, not even in a joking way. Whenever we do a good work and somebody else takes the credit of it, we ought to rejoice and acknowledge it as a gift from God. Anyhow, we ought not to be sorry, because if others diminish our glory before men, we shall recover it with all the more honor before God. Let us pray God, if he gives us any virtue or any gift, to keep it hidden even from ourselves, that we may preserve our humility and not take occasion of pride because of it. We ought not to publish or manifest to everyone the inspirations which God sends us, or the favors he grants us. Secretum mel me, secretum mel me. In order to avoid all risk of vainglory, we ought to make some of our particular devotions in our own rooms and never seek for sweetnesses and sensible consolation in public places. The true medicine to cure us of pride is to keep down and poor touchiness of mind. When a man is reproved for anything, he ought not to take it too much to heart, for we commit a greater fault by our sadness than by the sin for which we all approve. They who, when they have got a little devotion, think they are some great ones, are only fit to be laughed at. 12 humility is the true guardian of chastity. When a man is fallen, he ought to acknowledge it in some such way as this. If I had been humble, I should not have fallen. We ought to be pleased to hear that others are advancing in the service of God, especially if they are our relations or friends, and we ought to rejoice that they share in whatever spiritual good we may have ourselves. In order the better to gain souls and visiting the sick, we ought to imagine that what we do for the sick man we are doing for Christ himself. We shall thus perform this work of mercy with more love and greater spiritual profit. He whose health will not permit him to fast in honor of Christ.
Each time you'll learn something new, see, with each relationship. So it's a beautiful thing that two people came together and they don't really know what they're doing. They're not really prepared, but they loved each other and they learned from one another, and then they go their separate ways. It doesn't mean that it failed, right? It was just temporary, and it sounds successful. Because I'll tell you, a lot of people, it's one relationship where they resent each other when they break up after another. They're like, oh, I hate that person. They don't even see that they were their place in the problems, right? So, again, there are ways in which you are ahead for your age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's like, I have had that comment before, where the people say that, that my age still allowed me to keep my youth, even though it matured my brain. But in general, yeah, I mean, just really, I guess really the way I see it, like I say, is that I see that I have $70K in student debt that I have right now. And what's worst part about it is that I have to start paying by the end of next year. And for federal loans, even though you can get deferred payments that you make for your loans, my private loans don't necessarily offer the same grace. So
you deal with it when you come to it, right? And you don't get yourself bogged down in the future, because you don't live in the future, you live in the present, right? It doesn't require your attention right now, and focus on the things that do require your attention, okay?
Well, and that's what I'm doing right now, is that the thing is that I can't, it's all contingent upon me finishing up school. And, you know, I'm almost dead dog broke, and I can't get a job. And I've always struggled with employment.
Okay, deep breath here. You know, the problem, it sounds like you might be dealing with anxiety. Okay, I know that sounds weird. Did I mention I'm neurodivergent? But anyways, yes. It sounds like you might be dealing with anxiety. And anxiety is fear, but it's a special kind of fear. It's fear of what might happen in the future. And it's great because it's there to protect you. But right now it's screwing you big time, because being this anxious is making it hard to concentrate on finishing your school. Yeah?
Well, I think what the worst thing about it is the fact that I've done, the right thing, and it's gotten me nothing.
Okay. Yeah, been there, done that. Not that you need to know that, but yeah, who cares if everybody else is doing that too? Not helpful. Yeah.
It's just like I look at, specifically everybody else, like people in my family have not worked as hard as I have, and they get everything handed to them in spite of them not having any sort of neurodivergence whatsoever.
Well, my mom's also neurodivergent, and she literally rammed a police car and got thrown in jail. And I can't tell you how good things are for her. It makes me nothing but unhappy. It's just, there's a lot of unfairness going around, and it isn't just because someone is neurodivergent or unneurodivergent. Again,
I just will say, you don't have to worry about me doing harm to anybody else.
Of course.
In my dark moments,
Don't ram police cars. That's a really bad idea.
No, I wouldn't do something that stupid.
My mom thought she was doing the right thing. That was
it's not a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Really, just in general, though. I have thought about doing things like when I'm driving home.
I see.
A few months ago, I was I almost thought about driving into a lake one time.
Yeah, don't do that either.
But
you might not believe me now, but Sorry, you might not believe me now, right? But everything that makes you different and makes it a fucking struggle is what will make you great, right? we only grow through strife. And some people, their lives are so lackadaisy, they never grow. I think you look at people in your family, like, you don't even want to be them because it lacks substance, right? So, as a neurodivergent person, you get a perspective on the world that most people don't, right? And you've got to extract from that something that you can bring to the world, right? Because there's people out there that need you. You don't see it yet, right? I didn't see it. I didn't see how all the time people would say that I was wasting time doing graphic design and stuff just on my own for no reason. And then or doing lots of research or debating on the internet, all these waste of time things, right? And then I started my business, right? Or even just put the application in. Suddenly, I've got protesters writing letters to my council, and I've got to refute all of their bullshit. And I was good at it. Because when I was younger, I spent time on the internet debating with randomers. And then I got my license. And then I didn't have to pay anybody to do any of my graphic designs, not my logos, not my leaflet, not anything. Because I could fucking do it, right? I didn't see that coming, right? And you won't see how the things unique to you will be utilized in the future.
So Marcos has a really good point that, Marcos, I don't think you really realize something about what you're saying, but what you're saying is, hey, I started my own business. I controlled what I was doing. I controlled my time. I controlled what I did. I didn't have to answer to anybody. Oh, okay, I think you did say that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people who are neurodivergent, you know, find starting their own business to be the best way to get about things. And I know that's hard. But if you have an idea that nobody else has come up with yet, I don't know, give it a thought.
I know a guy who started a business picking up people's dog shit from their gardens because they didn't want to do it.
I heard about that guy.
Right? Well, I don't know. This is somebody local to me, right? But my point is like, it's nothing startup. You just got to find something, and it's better if it's unattractive.
He started a company. He hires people to do this like all over the place.
Yeah, like that's it. Then you need to expand.
By the way, I don't know if you've seen this mountain guy in the chat. I don't know if I should bring him up.
Well, Nick, I was just trying to say what's up to you, buddy, and trying to get a whiff of the conversation. I hope you're doing well. I see the title. I don't know if it's hyperbolic or, you know, that's a serious situation. But, you know, just trying to get a gist of what's going on.
Basically a lot of stuff. I mean, I was explaining about how I was dealing with family, like, recently that just happened, but it's just been a lot of things with me not being able to finish school and to have enough money for school and trying to get a fucking job and, you know, just also just having family that just constantly bullies me and then potentially may, you know, kick me out of the house. So.
It's a lot of bullshit that's just all coming together all at once, right?
Yeah.
And something like that's important for you to know is you don't have to understand everything right now, right? Sometimes our minds are trying to put everything together, we're trying to understand everything that's going on. And sometimes you just need to release that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And use your energy in better places.
Yeah.
Which is a hard thing to tell by a neurodivergent person, right? I know, because I've been through that shit.
Yeah. I don't know about some of these people in the chat. I don't know if I can trust people like Mountain.
Yeah, I don't know what to. Hi, folks. I'm suspicious of everybody. See, I can get you back on there.
Like, I mean, comments like this guy's been talking about stress for the last hour. You're neurodivergent.
Can you get rid of him?
Yeah, Mountain, I'm not sure what you mean by this. Like, explain what is it that why do you address me as you neurodivergent? Like, do you have a problem? Well, I'm not going to bring you up, Mountain, because I don't think that I'm not convinced that you're a person I should bring up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, because he has. Sorry.
I just say one thing, Mountain. If you can explain why you address me as you neurodivergent, then I may let you up.
No, that's troll. That guy's a troll, right there. I might not know much, but that guy's a troll.
Yeah. Well, I just want to know what he meant by that ultimately before I kick him. So.
You don't really like the thing with people like that. His internal world works very differently to yours, right? And you don't need to fucking understand it. You see that it's fucking bullshit. Like the only reason people need to put you down is because they feel less than, right? People that are completely confident and content they don't have a motivation to put other people down, right? Only people that are fucking miserable and shit seek out to give people fucking trouble, right? That's a him.
I agree.
Yeah, I just removed him because.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the frustrating thing, like with somebody like you, Necro, who sees through human beings' emotional baggage and bullshit, right, and sees that it's illogical, right? That's a fucking gift. You know what I mean? Like, you see the shit that they don't see. And you can take these things into consideration for what you would be good at, right, in a career, right? Somebody who doesn't get caught up in, you know, like narratives and like bullshit, you know, propaganda.
So someone who can see, I don't know who you are, Daniel, Neuro. Yeah, so someone who can see the bullshit coming and head it off. That's what you're saying.
Through it, just ignore it and cut through. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate assessment of Daniel, a guy who sees the bullshit.
I just wanted to make a brief comment. It's like when I've listened to Necro for years, and just when I hear a voice like his, I feel like less crazy, less weird, and just affirmed. So I love your voice, and when I say voice, I mean like what you have to say and your take, your perspective, and because it's not an ordinary take. So that's what I feel when I hear from you. It's just, I'm not alone, or I'm not weird in some ways. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, there's a lot to say about you, but I hope you feel better, man, and I hope that I get to hear more of you. That's all.
Thanks.
You know, Daniel, you just brought up something really cool that I hadn't thought about. Necro, do you belong any to houses that, you know, have, you know, or you know, are specific to your neurodivergence? Because I find, you know, has been super helpful for me to be in that. I mean, it can be hard.
So there's a guy, his name is Christian Hill. I don't know if you know his name.
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay. He goes by, he runs a thing called Ask the Autistic. He runs rooms like that, but I gotta say I haven't going into his rooms because I usually sleep in on Sundays, so
Yeah. I don't know why, but my groups, I've been having trouble finding them lately. I don't think my peeps have been posting.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I wasn't such a lazy person, I could post my own, start my own rooms. And the nice thing about posting your own room or opening your own room is that I could immediately smack someone down like Mountain as soon as I felt like it. And I could set things up at the times that are convenient for me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And forgive me, I just, the reason I, let people up because I want to just, humor them mainly.
You gotta be careful. I mean, I personally have learned to be careful because if I let people up, I actually, okay, this is why I'm in this atheist room here, because I actually founded an atheist group in the city that I'm in. So, and more than one, actually, a couple of them. So I've had to deal with in-person trolls who have given me trouble. And I gotta tell you, getting an in-person person out of the room is not easy. So, and of course, as you've known, if you're dealing with someone who's not respecting you in person, it's emotionally draining. It takes something out of you, that you go home and you think about that interaction for days. And I do not want to deal with that in this virtual environment. It's so easy to avoid it if possible. I know it might sound, bad to want to screen people like that, but I'm over it. I don't feel I have to deal with that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. For a while, I thought about deleting my Clubhouse account because I was dealing with a lot of negativity in rooms that I went into. But, it's like there's nothing so powerful as realizing that, you can always, leave whatever room that's,
You can have virtual boundaries too. I loved that he said something about boundaries. Loved it.
Well, I think one of the things, though, really I can't get over is the fact that you've literally have had people in recorded rooms who have actually encouraged me to commit suicide.
Yeah, it's a good thing that you've got your own room here.
Yeah, well, the thing is that it goes against Clubhouse's TOS, and the fact is Clubhouse has still not removed those people who have repeatedly told me on recording, told me to kill myself.
Nice.
And I mean, it's just in general, not that it's not something I've used to. I mean, when I was a freshman in high school, I was constantly told that, I was going to grow up to molest children, that I was going to be a rapist was something that I was told when I was in freshman year of high school, repeatedly.
Damn, the worst thing we did to each other was stick maxi pads with red, food coloring on them to people's lockers. I mean, things have really gotten dark.
Yeah, well, I only suffered from it because as a guy that's an easy target, mainly. If you're an easy target, you usually do the worst. So.
I don't like this. I don't like hearing that people are doing this to each other. I don't know. Is this a new thing? High school and college were a long term ago.
So, I don't know how old you are, but...
Old. Really old.
But what age gap?
I don't...
Are you a millennial or are you
I don't know what I am. I'm 55 years old.
Oh, really? You're that old?
Yeah, I'm an oldster. It's funny. Yeah. I'm an oldster taking care of oldsters. I tell you, the money's good.
Oh, well, it's interesting. I actually thought you were around my age, believe it or not.
It's, the whole neurodivergent thing. I mean, it took a very long time to mature, and
well, you
probably haven't yet.
You just sound like I guess you sound like a lot of my friends who are me, who are like illustration majors. You have kind of like that voice.
Like a cartoon? Are you saying I have a cartoon voice?
No, you have like more of like a narration voice, like like those like of people who are animators, like those like talking heads that animators do on like YouTube videos.
I'm better than those.
You have kind of like the twang like they do ultimately.
I listen to a lot of audiobooks. That might be part of it. But also, my roommate is 24 years old, and I just do better with people who are younger than me. People who are my peers, like, they've had lives. They have children that have just graduated from college. They've, they're about to, retire, and they haven't been, fired constantly. I mean, seriously, my life has been shit. And getting kicked out of school was really like the cherry on the cake.
Yeah. Which like you didn't get kicked out of high school though, right?
No, I graduated from high school and college fine, but right about the time I turned 28, right about 28. So I'm not autistic. I just kind of had tinges of it. A lot of my friends are autistic. Around 28, things went downhill for me mentally.
Oh.
And yeah, so no, but I mean, God, I cannot forgive people who have been telling you to kill yourself. I mean,
yeah, I take it really seriously as well. I mean,
people do kill themselves. They get taunted into doing it, and that's just evil.
I think it's even more fucked up than just killing them mainly.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, actively, trying to, drive somebody into their own death, making them feel more miserable until they eventually kill themselves. That sounds to me more fucked up.
Yeah. I don't know what to think about that. I mean, the only thing that I can think of is to set maybe, unreasonable sounding boundaries. It's like, I'm not going to deal with you ever.
Yeah.
I'm lucky, I guess. I've never had to deal with that. I mean, I just wasn't young enough.
I mean, I guess it's really more of a man thing, maybe, like that guys go through.
Oh, no. No guys were going through that when I was in high school. I would have heard about it.
I gotcha. Well, I mean, back then, usually they just had the classic way of bullying people by they didn't have things like the internet, or it was very primitive. So.
You want to know what they did to the guys that were in high school when I was in high school? Because it's kind of funny.
Freshman hunt.
No, it was so much worse, but not as bad. Not as bad as now.
Texas wedgie.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I give up.
Okay. So they took this poor guy. It was unfair to pick on him. Okay, and I know I'm laughing, and I shouldn't, because it shouldn't be funny, but I went to an all-girls school, and so they took this little guy and they brought him to our school, and they tied him to a pole. They had blindfold on, and right before they left, they took his blindfold off, and he's like, "Help! I went, "Oh, no." Because what could be more embarrassing than taking someone to an all-girls school and tying them up? I mean, that's mean. That's just really mean. But
at least they kept him clothed, right?
Oh yeah, but okay, but okay. It's funny you mention this. these guys did things to themselves that were stupid. I was on the girls' swim team, and we didn't have a pool. So we had to go to the boys' pool to swim at their school. And one day, all the girls at my school started screaming, and they're like, go to the window, go to the window. So we go to the window, and we see these guys with bags on their heads running around the school, and stark naked. Okay? So I'm like, we see you in those teeny weeny bathing suits all the time. Do you really think we don't? Yeah, do you really think we don't know who you are? I mean, just because you're not wearing the Speedo.
No, I got what you said, teeny weeny.
Yes. Yeah, that too.
Did they really have small dicks?
Of course they did. It was cold.
Gotcha.
No, it gets better though. Okay, so it's an all-girls school. We had nuns. And they're wearing freaking bags over their heads.
That was really a long and hard feeling, right?
Pardon me, what?
That was really a long and hard feeling you got there, right?
Okay. So we had nuns, and there was a getaway car in the back parking lot, and there was a gate. Okay, and so the guy had to climb. There was this one guy. He had to climb over the gate to get to the getaway car with the bag on his head. Well, he couldn't see very well with the bag on his head. So instead of going over the gate, he went into the tennis court. And the wall on the tennis court was much, much higher than the one on the gate. So here he is, climbing as fast as he can, up to like about one story, with the nuns staring at his naked ass the entire time. And of course he had to climb down because he couldn't make it. But I mean, I heard about that, and everybody was laughing like crazy. And of course, it was, for them it was bad. For us, it was an afternoon of entertainment. I mean, what were they thinking, that we were going to be emotionally scarred by their teeny weenies? No.
Yeah.
We were just going to mock them the next time we saw them at the pool.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting though. It's like, I mean, I've like my dark moments where I, laughed at stuff that should not have been funny. Like when I was hearing somebody tell a story about their grandfather who had Alzheimer's. He was somebody who disappeared for a long time, but all of a sudden, apparently, they found out about how, they get a call from Kmart. Asking him, says, hey, I think it does want to know if you know this man, and they gave him his name specifically. Yeah, and he's like, why? He's like, yeah, I think we found your grandfather, and it was like, guess what? Like, what happened? They said that he was somebody who was apparently was gone to Kmart and had his all of his clothes taken off. And,
oh dear.
Like, basically, his pants were around his ankles, and the store manager was yelling at him the entire time to get out of Kmart.
Oh, not very helpful.
Yeah. It was really difficult for me to not laugh at that, hearing that story. But, I felt like I was going to hell so bad. for thinking it was funny, but
you do have to laugh sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, for example, I used to watch. There's a guy the amazing Racist, and he did like videos where he there were things that should not be funny, and I said, like, for example, when he was going around in a KKK outfit, I was like, beat his ass. How has nobody murdered this guy? I think I just love the guy's reaction. He was like in the gas station. He's like asking him, like, when he's asking, because he brings in a cross, of course, and he asked him specifically. His reaction was, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Step out of here." He's like, "Are you fucking joking, bro?" And then, he goes to cleaners to try to get his uniform cleaned. And the guy's like, come on, Mr. Cleaner, clean this shit. And he's like, you want to take this outside, bro. But yeah, it was just really, it was something that should not be hilarious. I just wondered, like I said, how he didn't get murdered. But yeah, as far as like pranks go, I've done my fair share of pranks on my exes, and they've done their naughty prank. Like they did this prank one time where they made me think that they cut my dick off.
Okay, that's not a good prank. I already don't like it.
Yeah, it's something that emotionally scarred me. But she got me good though. You did say the word X. Yes, you did. Yes.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah. What?
Oh, on the subject of X's, I know that Malcolm, that was his name, right? Malcolm? On the subject of X's, I've had, if you find the right person, and I'm going to give you a tip that I wish I'd had previously when I was younger. If you like a person's friends, they're probably going to be a good person. If you don't like their friends, they're going to be a problem. And I only came up with this tip, after I'd gone through 3 evil exes, and the last 2 exes that I've had were good people. One of them, we were always going to break up, and he was just a different sort of person, but we were friendly. Then the other one, I just delivered Christmas presents to him this morning, so.
Yeah. I think Malcolm X, he definitely was a person who resonated with me. He's essentially kind of, the philosophy I got, where it's like specifically on how to stand up to people who have, always had all the power.
He's good.
Yeah.
He said the things I wish I could have said.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say him, I'd also say it's interesting. There's I don't know if you've ever, how to on your Che Guevara, but I'd recommend watching his UN speech that he gave.
Che Guevara?
Yeah.
Huh.
It was one of, probably one of the best speeches I felt in critic of people who had been critical of U.S. Particularly.
Mm-hmm.
One of the points he made about how, specifically how they call themselves the land of the free, and yet it's normal for, black people when they have a loved one that dies and they protest and they get killed.
Yeah.
It was a point that he made specifically. Che Guevara is a guy, but, to me, I have, to me, it's like people can take however they feel about, their views about what he stood for. But to me, I think he stood for a cause that, wasn't just, Marxism, particularly. I could see the humanity in him, ultimately. Is what I saw.
It is interesting. I'm not a particularly political person, and despite how much my roommate tries to get me interested, and I feel that this is a weakness in myself, along with the fact that I don't know anything about team sports like football or soccer. More serious than football or soccer. Just saying.
With politics, I just like to know about it so that way I can make fun of everybody. Particularly because I like to take the equal opportunity to make everybody pissed off, pretty much.
That's not necessarily a good way of going about things. I feel that knowing.
What I mean is to me, maybe not to piss everybody off, but to specifically show that I'm not on anybody's side. really.
My roommate, she's fucking brilliant. My roommate likes to say I'm more informed and more able to debate anyone, and I'm more informed and can out-debate anyone. So don't try me. So that's the way she puts about it. She's not out to piss anyone off. She's like, I am going to firmly defend the truth. That's what's going on. And she's yeah, don't mess with her. Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, like, really, it's just, I mean, if there's any side I'm on the side that specifically is sick of everything, really. It's what I stand for. Like, because, I mean, I think really it's why I'm fond of, like, The Daily Show, ultimately.
Yeah, she goes into things deeper.
I mean, it's stand to watch, you know, CBS or, like, any of your main, you know, liberal media outlets. I mean, I do see benefits to watching Fox News, not because, I mean, I disagree with Fox News probably more than I disagree with anything, but, like, to me, I do see benefits to it because of the fact that, you know, it lets, you know, like the pressure from outlets that are trying to hold the president's hand, what they're doing specifically. It's kind of, you know, I felt the same way about CNN and about MSNBC at the time when Joe Biden was president.
You know, I have a recommendation for you, and it's interesting because it is this is not influenced by well, I don't know. You may take your own, you know, opinion, and I will not try and form one for you because that's cool. Try and subscribe to Heather Cox's newsletter, and it's interesting because she is a historian.
I do like to watch historians, particularly there's a guy who goes by the name of the Cynical Historian who I watch.
Yeah.
He's you know, he does a lot of videos. I mean, a lot of his videos are biased towards debunking pseudo-history, pretty much, that's made up by a lot of think tanks, particularly.
Yeah, so here's her name. It's Heather Cox Richardson.
Yeah, a lot of historians have a reputation of, you know, going after conservatives, though, particularly, though. Particularly PragerU.
Well, I mean, here's they may have that reputation, but also, is that true? Are you?
I mean, they rightfully. I mean, like PragerU, I know rightfully deserves to get, you know, to get attacked by historians, like, and especially when they made that god awful video defending Robert E. Lee. I mean, it was so bad that they themselves had to delete it.
Yeah, and, you know, the idea that the black people that, you know, came to the United States were, you know, hardy immigrants, you know, coming to start, you know, businesses in a new land. Oh, yeah, that one's good.
I never saw that one. I know there was the one where Candace Owens gave history of slavery, and basically it was one where she tried to pretty much, of course, suggest that, you know, it doesn't matter that, you know, it doesn't matter that we own slaves or things like that. Slavery doesn't matter to our history because, you know, white people were the people who freed the slaves in the deluded mind of Candace Owens.
Oh, I love this one. This one's even worse, and I just... after I tell you this, I have to go.
Yeah.
No, should I tell you this and have to go? You know what? I don't want to leave you in a bad place because it's bad.
It's fine. No, it's fine. I can handle it. You made me smile, so I can handle anything.
Okay. My mind just like totally freaking blanked. What was it? Okay, I remember. it is that, slavery in the United States was okay because every culture everywhere made slaves of, people, even the blacks. The blacks made, African Americans had slaves in Africa. So therefore, it's okay if we make them slaves here. And American Indians had slaves, from other tribes, like all these other, places, there was slavery that existed. So therefore, it's okay to have slaves here in the United States.
Yeah. So.
But logic seems to fail in a number of ways.
Yeah, it's like, our ancestors, this is kind of what I've said. It's like, it's so, the idea, it's like, when how conservatives kind of give themselves the name regressive, this is kind of the thing that kind of puts, the nail in the coffin, really, because Matt Walsh, I mean, at the time when people were saying that, let's not sacrifice children, he'd say, no, my God needs the flesh of babies. But yeah, just in general, Candace Owens, I mean, just in general, I mean, it's just I remember there's one video where she tried to, of course, make the Democrats, I think the video was called something about the modern plantation. She tried to argue that the Democrats back then, are the same Democrats that they are today specifically. And
yeah,
I would agree with her that the Democrats have been a failure to African Americans, but I definitely disagree with her, the idea that they should flee to the Republican Party in any way, because trusting the Republicans have their best interests. But it was so hilarious, though, because she at one point referred to, black voters who vote for Democratic politicians as vote slaves.
Awesome.
Vote slaves. People voting are slaves.
Okay. I have to get going, unfortunately.
Oh, and just one more thing. There's also in the video, she was saying that particularly that, of course, using the Clarence Thomas quote of, lynching, being subject to a public lynching, for going against the traditional narrative. And she was brought up an example of Thomas Sowell, who was called stupid by the media.
Okay.
I just think that's so, out of all the things. But then again, it's interesting because she's also the same person who defended the guys who killed the black jogger, Ahmaud Arbery. So when the closest thing to a public lynching does occur, she'll defend the killers.
Okay, okay. We were having a positive moment, and now we're talking politics, which always ends in tears.
Yeah.
It always ends in tears.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I understand. It's sad that we always have that somehow conversation. There's a thing called Godwin's Law, where it's the longer internet discussion goes on, that the more likely reference to the Nazis comes up. And that's kind of the sad tragedy, is that politics are inevitable.
Oh, I was listening to something along that line just the other day, and I'm like, oh God, I'm so guilty. I've just come that close. And this is where my roommate jumps in. It's like, we must chat, so you never ever do that. I can tell you were thinking it. We're never going to do that. We're going to talk. So I'm going to have her teach me, to be, so I don't make erroneous.
And there's also a group I'm part of that is a support group on Clubhouse. They're called Linked by Kindness. But I'll send you the link if you want to join them.
I think everybody needs that. I mean, I sure as hell need, have been having bad days lately. I mean, I'm in a good mood right now, but yesterday I was curled in like a little ball, and I didn't get out of my bed all day. So, there it is.
Relatable. I really need to, find a place to put my iPad somewhere else other than near my bed, because I spend way too much time on my iPad. So, are you making popcorn?
No, I'm hungry and I'm making toast and I'm sorry and I forgot to make myself popcorn. That's a great idea. But no, I'm not going to do that either. Okay, we're making all the creepy noises right now. Just, all right. That should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, send me the link and yeah, and I will really appreciate that. And you know, you did the right thing by setting up a room and coming here and letting people, you know, listen to you and, you know, give you bad advice and whatnot, you know.
I give pretty good support.
Yeah.
It's one of the things I would say. You know, I got better support than I usually got.
And Necro down there, you know, she had, I'm assuming that she had, you know, a comment that might be.
Yeah, I invited her up, and if you want to come up.
Okay, I gotta go, but thank you. It's been good talking to you.
Definitely.
You know? Okay.
It's good meeting you. Anyways, and I gave you an invitation if you want to come up. And what's up?
Hi, Kitover. How are you?
Sorry, what?
I'm just asking how you're feeling right now. I'm still like.
I'm feeling better than I was. I still am pretty pissed off that I can't get a job, but you know.
Have you been looking for a long time for a job?
For about 3 months.
Okay. You could have try for some, you know, alternative, looking for some alternative sources of income. Like maybe you could teach animation and drawing to someone.
I've been trying to apply for sites that do tutoring. So.
Well, you sound tired. Do you need to rest?
No, I just occasionally feel like I'm gonna sometimes I'm trying to collect my thoughts while I'm driving.
So, do you live alone?
Nope, sadly.
Why is that sad? That's nice if you live with somebody.
I'd like it to be somebody who I want to be with me. You know, living with just anyone.
Are you living with family?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you just take a break, like maybe go off on a weekend somewhere, someplace nice?
Only I could afford it.
Oh.
Because I don't have money.
You know what I found is like the biggest help.
What?
So what you really need to. Everybody needs to have some source of income. It doesn't have to be your ideal job. It doesn't have to be exactly what you're looking for. Just to tide you over, it makes you completely independent. So maybe you could look for something that you can do which doesn't have anything to do with drawing or animation. Maybe it's just something you can pick up easily, just to tide you over.
I mean, I have been trying to find a job, just basic part-time job. That's what I've been trying to find.
And what do you enjoy doing the most during a typical day?
A what day?
Like a very typical normal day, what do you enjoy doing the most?
Drawing. I also like to read. I also like to go walking.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Are you sure you want to drive right now? I mean, it takes a lot of concentration.
I'll be fine.
Okay. Maybe you need to like pull over and go to a nice park and like walk around and.
None of them are open at this time.
Sorry?
None of them are open at this time.
What time is it where you are?
10:30.
At night?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Maybe you should. Do you think you should just go home and sleep?
No.
Okay. Well, it's nice and bright. It's like not that early in the morning. It's 9 o'clock where I am. The sun is out. Birds are chirping. Sky's blue.
I gotcha.
Wow.
So,
I mean, it seems you're really tired, Necro. Maybe you should just
I'm just driving right now.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna guess you're in India.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Have you ever been here?
No.
So how far from home are you right now?
Pulling up, literally.
Sorry?
I'm pulling up down the street.
Okay. Ask me something about India. Something which piques your curiosity.
Something that piques my curiosity. Is that your question?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just asking you to ask me something about India.
Yeah. What part of India do you live?
So I live in Delhi, which is the capital.
New Delhi?
Yes.
Okay. Can't remember what part that's from.
Sorry?
I can't remember which,
That's in North India.
yeah, that's what I assumed. I didn't know if, it's like, close to where the Taj Mahal is.
I was just going to mention that. I was just going to mention the Taj Mahal because that is, one location that is famous the world over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the area that's near Pakistan. That's where, like, most of the population's Muslim, right?
Yes. Yes. And the Taj Mahal is like about a 3-hour drive from Delhi.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Do you know Quinn Daniel Shiloh? I think they're down there in the room?
Oh, a second. Yeah, like I can't read it right now, but he said hard nut grow.
Do you know him?
Nope. Or I don't remember him. Oh, I see we're both friends, so.
Are you still in school for animation and drawing? Are you still in school? When do you finish?
I'm anticipated to graduate by May 2026.
Yeah, would it be much more, would it be easier to find a job then? After your graduation?
Yeah. The only problem is making enough money to be able to finish up school. I have no money.
What are you doing?
My son.
Oh, great. That's great. You reached home.
What?
You reached home.
Yes.
So, do you want to hit the sack now? It's like 10:30. What time do you usually sleep? And I just see that really just, people always tell me that I'm not depressed, that I'm depressed because I don't have religion. Well, like many people. Which Oh, I don't think that's true.
yeah. Well, it's just something that I get really sick of hearing from people as well.
Maybe you shouldn't give people that much importance, People just have their own agendas.
That's just one of the only supports I got was family told me that because I don't have religion that I have depression.
Who told you that?
People in my family.
Oh, are you the only atheist in your family?
As far as I know.
Okay. So what made you atheist? If you didn't grow up in an atheist family, then what made you atheist?
Just not being able to see evidence that there was any deity that cared about my life.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. There is no deity, but then there are people who may or may not believe in a deity or a supernatural being, they care about each other or their families or their friends.
Yeah.
So do you have any, like, I'm sure the people in your family or your friends who care about you?
I have some people in my family who do care.
Yeah, so just focus on them. Just interact more with them rather than those who try to like force religion down your throat.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I have one guy who is, I don't know if you know of Roivus.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat that, please?
Do you know of Roivus?
I think, I mean, there is a account with the name of Roivus on Clubhouse. Yeah. He comes, I mean, seen him in a couple of rooms on atheism.
Yeah, if I could, yeah, it's hilarious. His description, his bio says, Roivus is razor. If you believe in one form of religious nonsense, you're in no position to criticize another person's religious nonsense.
Do you know him personally?
Yes.
Okay. He's a friend of yours.
Yes.
Oh, he likes badgering people, no?
What?
He likes badgering people. He likes, like, a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah.
So what did you think of him right now?
I just was looking and, like, recommended, like, people and mutual friends of mine. And he was one of the mutual friends that one had.
So are Roivus and you in the same city?
Or what?
Do you live in the same city, Roivus and you?
No. I wish I did live closer to him. Because, where he lives is much nicer.
Where does he live?
In LA.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Don't you think you get a lot of job opportunities in LA?
Yeah, with my job.
Yeah, so all you need to do is like just stick it out for like about 6 more months, finish school, and then maybe move to LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have just like 6 more months of school, right?
Yeah, I would imagine.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a very long time. So LA is just 6 months away.
Oh, sorry, let me read. Okay.
I said LA is just 6 months away. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Elliot is. Oh, LA. I gotcha.
Yeah, LA. I've been there. I really liked it.
I gotcha. Ghost of Hey, what's that sound? Yeah.
So why don't you just focus on that, you know? Your plan to go to LA 6 months hence.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to.
Okay. time do you hit the sack? It must be like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it's almost 11.
And what time do you hit the sack? What time do you go to sleep every night?
Not sure if there's an exact time. Usually it's anywhere between midnight to 4 a.m.
Oh. Well, that's tough.
Yeah. By the way, it's Elliot. It's interesting. Your recent PTRs make you look much older than the first PTR when we met each other. Like, you just had those straight emo bangs going down.
Why don't you bring him up?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can invite him up.
Yeah, send him an invite.
So. But yeah, Elliot, like I imagined when I first saw your PTR that, you know, you were much younger than you told me.
Dude, I'm fucking 40.
Yeah.
I'm 40 years old, man. I'm kind of old, but not like that old, you know?
Yeah. Like when I first saw like the first picture that you had though, where you just had like the bangs though. Like you looked, you know, much younger.
I don't know why that is. I mean, the other picture is older, but not that much older.
Yeah. Well, I'm referring to the one where you just had like the bangs specifically, as opposed to, you know, the way you style it now.
The one was taken by my sister-in-law, my brother's wife, and she knows what she's doing. Like a professional photographer. This one was taken by my wife. I mean, she's not a professional photographer, but I think she just took this one with her camera phone.
Gotcha. Do you have any religious background or like?
Oh yeah. I lived next door to a Kingdom Hall. I mean, I wasn't like super into it, but you know, my mom would take me over there. I could hear them singing through the windows, you know, all the time. I thought it was kind of cool. But I just found it was just a bunch of bullshit. Ultimately, like, you know, why if God's good and he like, you know, he wants what's best for me, then you know, what's the deal with all this bullshit? Why is there all this bullshit in my life? That's sort of how it started. I realized, yeah, this is it's not true. I need to make my own path, you know.
I gotcha. Yeah. No, I think it's interesting though. It's like you grew up. I mean, when it was projected, like, you know, because I mean, if you're 40, that means I remember there was like around the time you were like in your early 20s. You know, there was a time where there was published a study that showed that specifically that, you know, of young men who graduate college, that only 4% will be Bible believing Christians by the time they graduate.
I think a lot of that has to do with like the utility that God gives people.
Yeah.
I think the main utility that believing in God gives you is like explanations, like especially causal explanations for like why and how things happen. And going to school, like you learn of all the different causes for things, the cause and effect of like, in physics and biology, you name it. It's like you get these alternative causal explanations that God used to fill or could have filled in the past, but no longer does.
Yeah. Yeah, I just really like in general, like with religion, the thing that I like in general though, I think one of the things that I found cringy like today is that like specifically that many atheist organizations have deviated away from issues that I think exclusively have to deal with like religion and government, and have moved towards endorsing other political issues as their official positions. Because to me it's like I don't think it's right for atheism to take any official position on like issues outside of united for separation of church and state, really. Because I think you can have atheists who are conservative and atheists who are are liberal. Because in a world without religion, you would still have liberals and conservatives.
I think people should be humanists. I think everybody should be a humanist, whether that's like secular or not. Is I guess a separate question, but we should all be humanists, try to promote like human well-being, flourishing. It's just good whether you're a theist or not, or you're an atheist or not.
Yeah, I think that's interesting though. It's like there are plenty of atheists. Granted, a lot of them are usually libertarian-minded, who would be opposed to to humanism. Or more specifically, they'd be against egalitarianism. I
don't know why anyone would be against that stuff. Like, I mean, egalitarian is like, what's not to love about egalitarianism?
Well, I mean, their point of view is that they think that, if everything's equal, then specifically if everyone's equal, then, it would be something that would be would be like horror, because it would be something where nobody succeeds specifically.
I don't see any link between atheism and not supporting egalitarianism. In fact, I would think it would be the other way around. Atheists would be more likely to support egalitarianism.
Well, I mean, that's something you would think, but it's like, you do have atheists who are, I mean, granted, more of them are more libertarian-minded, specifically. But they definitely exist. I mean, it's like, as much as people like to say that atheism means that you must be, liberal or communist or something like that. I've met plenty of atheists who are, complete Randians who want the government out of the economy, like separation of, economy and state.
Yeah, that's Randian, right? That's Ayn Rand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Although I think ideally it's like people who want, libertarians. I think Rand doesn't represent libertarians very well. I think, if anything, it would be guys like Murray Rothbard.
Now, I don't know much about Mary Rothbard, no.
He is just very famous because he specifically his entire philosophy was maximization of individual freedoms, of property rights specifically. That he essentially saw the state was a complete vice to property rights specifically. That he coined the saying "taxation is theft,"
That's again from Rand. Wasn't the Libertarian Party set up on Ayn Rand's principles?
No.
Objectivism? It wasn't?
No, she is associated with the Libertarian movement, but no, it actually was Murray Rothbard who created the Libertarian Party.
But he was a follower of Rand.
They both knew each other personally, but they both absolutely were very opposed in philosophy. But yeah. By the way, Elliot, to ask you the question, I don't know if you ever gone into like Bonston Valley.
Oh, you mean the room here on Clubhouse? I think I've been there a couple times just to listen to see what they talk about, but I didn't really find it all that interesting. I mean, they didn't even really talk about like tag or anything like that. I don't know. Just kind of find it boring.
I mean, I do get some conversations, particularly when I'm talking with Jimmy. I feel like it does, the conversation does get interesting. And when I'm talking with guys, there's another guy named Beat Up who I regularly talk to. But usually if Matt Yester or another guy named Nick T comes into the room, usually it goes to shit.
Okay. I don't know. I just find like the whole precept thing is just utterly ridiculous. Little nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people do it, but it's like, I mean, like, in general, I think, like, guys like, I think it's probably the best Christian apologist who I can I can converse with, a lot would be, like, all day with, would be Andy Brute Facts.
He's pretty chill. Yeah, he's pretty chill. I don't know if is he a tag guy? I don't think he's a tag guy.
No, I think he's a classical apologist, maybe. Though I can't remember completely. Though he talks about more than just like philosophy of religion. He also talks about like, philosophy, like epistemology. Like we've talked about things like Gettier cases. Like, I think it's interesting. What logical system I've been trying to understand better would be modal logic.
I'm not like super familiar with it, but there's I understand that there are multiple different types of logics, and that like the difference between S4 and S5 logic, for instance, is just like one single axiom,
Yeah, it's
I'm not super familiar with it.
Yeah, it's basically possible worlds versus necessary, necessary existence, versus. There's like, it's basically like possible worlds versus, things that must necessarily be true versus things that can possibly be true, but didn't have to be true, or things like that. It's kind of like the modal ontological argument specifically, because like that's one I've been trying to understand like much better, particularly because almost everybody sees the ontological argument, at least in its original form, to be really bad, including like pretty much every theist, or at least ones who are philosophically minded, reject versions that were put forward by like Anselm. But the argument that I can't really, it's not really, what was that? I think probably the cosmological arguments are the ones that, are just ones that I think really always contain like, a logical fallacy of some sort. That's, like the main problem with things like, for example, like, the first premise of, the Kalam cosmological argument, whatever begins to exist out of cause, is, you know, it's an equivocation. It relies on equivocation. It uses the idea that, you know, whatever begins to exist, you know, something that, you know, caused something to exist from, you know, pre-existing materia, and applying that to something that brought things into existence out of nothing. You know, when things don't come into existence out of nothing.
There's a lot of weird problems with that argument. Like, I think, like, first, like, it's just kind of weirdly conceptual. I'm not even sure it really works conceptually. Like, what does it mean to be maximally great? You know, greatness is a quality, right? It's not a property. And so, I mean, and it seems to me like qualities are these sort of inherently subjective and sort of like experiential things, like sweetness and bitterness. You know, what does it mean for something to be maximally sweet? You know, it's just, I don't even, it doesn't even seem to make sense to me. I don't even know if it works conceptually, you know?
Yeah, just in general, it's like, you know, most people think the idea of like things that like, you know, beg the question, they say, it's kind of the problem. But they always say, like, for example, that, you know, something that's, you know, maximally great, they'll say like a taco or something like that. It's, you know, a taco is defined as something you can eat, and therefore, you know, is not maximally great. But I don't know, it's just, to me, I think one of the things is like, if I apply it, you know, maximally great being is, I'd say, you know, one that, you know, can, I mean, would it be something that, you know, you can understand, or can you not understand it? Because, I mean, it would be maximally great. I mean, if I could understand this person very well, like, people might say it's, you know, if you can't understand them, then, you know, it would be beyond you, as theists say. But
how would you, like, how do we go about quantifying like greatness? Like, you know, what, like, in an objective sort of, in an objective kind of fact-finding kind of way. I don't even think we can measure something like greatness. Like, you know, what is it? Like, say, I don't know, freaking, I don't know, like, people have these conversations all the time with, like, the favorite music album, or the favorite band, or the favorite movie. And everybody has like all these different criterion, or, you know, by which they pick, well, this band is the greatest because it sold the most albums in this 10-year stretch. You know, it just kind of doesn't really, there's no sort of objective measure for like greatness, or well, just qualities, period, basically. I think the whole argument just fails because of that. And I think they try to say, like, well, look, there's all these different qualities that a being could have, like a max, and they say that, well, in order to be maximally great, you have all these properties or something, like, or attributes, you know, like all powerful and all this kind of stuff. But it's still like, ultimately, like, greatness is just a quality. It's just.
I once made a ontological argument for the non-existence of the Christian God, which is that which being is greater, being that exists and is not able to save the majority of humanity, or being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of the humanity? I'd say that the being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of humanity, therefore God does not exist.
Wait, say that word? Wait, say it again, but this time slower.
I said, which being is greater, a being that exists and is unable to save the majority of humanity, or a being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of humanity? I'd say the being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of humanity, therefore God does not exist.
Laugh. There's a reverse. That's like a reverse total ontological argument. I think there's a few of them too. I just can't think of any of the other ones, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I remember on the Atheist Experience, there's a guy who said that he was told that he was a Christian. He said, like, he was asked, does he believe in leprechauns? He said no. He says, why not? He says, because I'm not Irish. And then he has pointed out, he says, wait, the Christian God is Jewish, so why aren't you Jewish? By that logic.
That's funny. They have oh man, what's that one guy? Shit, I can't remember his name. Damn, not the bald guy, the other guy. He always had like this, I don't know, like when he smiles, like the corners of his lips just go like way up the side of his face. He looks like a Joker or something. What's that guy? What's the hell that guy named? He's funny, man.
Does he have does he wear glasses?
No, not that guy. I know the glasses guy you're talking about too, but it's not that guy. He's not as funny. I mean, he can be funny, but not, the other guy is like definitely funnier.
Is it Jeff?
I think so. Yeah, Jeff. That sounds right.
He has like kind of like squinty eyes.
Yeah, he's got like he's got like a dead. What is it? What do you call it? I don't know. Like his delivery is just great on some things.
Yeah, I mean the Atheist Experience is interesting. It's like the quality was going down low. Like it's older. It wasn't like it's older generations, to be honest. Like specifically, I like the one where Matt Delonte, where he had the one where he was wearing the jester hat. Because the fool has said in his heart there is no God.
All right.
And like I liked when he was when his wife called in the show. It was like a prank call to talk about how the bananas were perfectly designed for us.
Perfectly designed to go right up your ass. You know, they fit
it's like she's like it fits in your hand, fits in your mouth, and then Matt said it fits in your butt. He's like, you point out, say, you think that was the intended purpose? Do you think that God created the bananas? He's like, do you realize the bananas that you get were cultivated? God didn't make the bananas that you get. We did. And he's like, oh, so you can make a banana appear in your hand this one? He's like, no, but I can make something that looks like a banana appear in my hand.
Great.
He's like, you're just atheist because you want to sin. He's like, that's
What's the lady with the curly black hair?
Tracy
or something. Tracy, okay. I think she had like the best. I don't know. What was it? What did she say one time? I'll never forget this one. She said like, shit. Let me try to remember.
I like the one.
Oh, she said. Oh, she's talking with somebody and she's like asking her questions over the phone. She said like, it's the one about like if it was like the difference between me and your God. It's like, your God will stand there and watch the pedophilia or whatever, and he won't stop it, but I would.
Yeah, that's assuming you're God, and then you have the guy who says that like you're portraying that girl as innocent, and then Matt Delonte's like, bye. But yeah, I liked when Matt Delonte, when he did the debate about what's his name, when in the one where he had the bananas really where he told Russell, he said that's gonna be Nicole. He's like, go and sin some more. He's like, but yeah, Ray Comfort, like, I've actually met Ray Comfort.
Oh shit, is he like? Well, I mean, he's Australian, right? So he seems like probably pretty chill. But is he still like this? He still say the same weird shit, or it's just like, is it like a, I don't know, persona that he does for the internet or something?
I don't know. I mean, to me, I like to have like a higher view of humanity, but I also don't like to just assume that people are being dishonest with me. but it's just amusing, really. It's like when I brought him like a chart full of all the different modified words that we have, and like to ask him, do you think you have any specifically that's unique, that God uniquely created?
There's so many problems with like that way of thinking that he has. What's one of my favorite ones is like, were the Neanderthals made in God's image? Where are they in heaven or hell, or do they have souls? Or
I like when he was debating Aaron Ra, and then he said, no, Aaron, he's like, I don't believe that. He's like, you're an ape, so I believe you're made in the image of God. And then Aaron Ra said, why is God an ape? Yeah, I mean, just in general, it was like the debate that he had with Matt Dillahunty. That was the one where that he had with what was his name? It was a few years ago. But I remember commenting saying, just replace any time that Ray Comfort says the Gospels with Alice in Wonderland, and any person will understand the atheist.
I thought it was really, it seems very simplistic, but saying like, what is it, like Lawrence Krauss said it, he was on a debate stage with William Lane Craig, and he's like, I don't know, Lawrence Krauss is doing his like professor thing where he gets up on the stage and he walks around and he like dictates, he's doing that. And he was like, even the Christians are, you believe like all these other gods don't exist like this, like there's no freaking Zeus, there's no Thor, there's no God of the wind, the sun, the moon, stars, the sky, the sun, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I wasn't too fond of Lawrence Krauss's debating. I mean, I understand he was like, the frustration of dealing with people like Craig, but it's like, I think his presentation really, it's like, I just think when you go off as showing like, emotion or things like that, then it usually doesn't fare well with, your audience specifically.
He goes straight for the jugular, man. He does not give up.
Yeah, I thought that, to me, I think the guys who debated William Lane Craig, who did the best, who performed, I think, the best, even, that they convinced his whole audience, specifically, even Craig's audience, were Sean Carroll and Shelley Kagan.
I remember a talk between Sam Harris and Brian Green. Was it Brian Green?
Yeah.
Somebody like Brian Green.
Sam Harris I do not stand to listen to anymore.
The part that's relevant here is like they were sort of.
I can't interrupt. Christian, I think, wants to say something.
Oh no, I was just giving the reaction.
Okay.
What's up, big brother?
Yo, what up, man?
Definitely.
They were sort of discussing they were like, yeah, we're both atheists, but Sam Harris is trying to defend his more more aggressive position on the atheism thing, and the other guy's like, well, and then they started talking about the carrot, which method's better, the carrot or the stick. I don't know. And I guess there's something to be said for both of them. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I would just say that the debates about I just think William Lane Craig, the reason he wins usually on performance, usually because of the fact that he makes a lot of arguments usually, and his opponent many times doesn't address to the substance of those arguments mainly, and so which is why on performance he does win most debates.
Yeah, like the technical aspect of it, like if you're just scoring like on a strict like academic debate style. He probably does win.
Yeah,
but I think he loses on like all the. I mean, he's very good at like repeating and stating clearly and concisely what his position is, so that people can. Well, I mean, it's a lot of the things he says are complex, but he tries to explain them as best as he can. He's very good at doing that, but he'll never be able to beat. He could never beat like Sam Harris or Christopher Hitchens in like a regular, just street debate or something like that. You just lose to them every single time. They don't
on rhetoric. On rhetoric,
yeah.
I mean, like he loses every time on rhetoric against, no question. But like it just in terms of like substance, really, I just say that like Sam Harris's debate that he had on like morality with William Lane Craig, it was really disappointing because I wish Sam would have addressed more of the claims that that Craig made, specifically having to deal with the nature of objective morality, and he took it as kind of an opportunity to bring like the specifically going off about the problem of evil specifically, which I mean is definitely relevant to morality of Christianity, but it's like I don't know. I mean, William Lane Craig, I mean, I just feel like it's one of the things though he kind of like sets up. I think it would be like kind of like a Mon Bailey where he'll say that morality depends on God, and then like he'll switch to saying all I'm saying is that morality must be dependent on facts. It can't be relative specifically.
Yeah, I would go for like Alex Malpass or the Australian guy
Graham Oppie.
Graham Oppie. I would go for either of them on like the technical stuff. So they're very good at the technical stuff.
I love that.
For Sam Harris, so that there was one debate they had at Notre Dame that there's like a 10-minute clip of it from it's like one of Sam Harris's sections. That might be like one of the best takedowns of like Christianity, say. And while you're absolutely right, I think the technical stuff does need to get addressed, but also like the things that Sam Harris said in like that short 10-minute section is like that stuff is incredibly powerful, but he wasn't addressing like the technical aspects, so they could probably
So Christian, you asked me a question whether Unitarianism it's best to follow Christianity in terms of its values. So as far as Christianity goes, I don't speak for Christianity itself. I mean, I am aware that the Trinity is something that a lot of Christians follow, but as much as it's something that Christians will say is the only way to understand God. I understand that. Now, of course, whether or not it's something that Jesus taught, I mean, I don't see any evidence that Jesus believed that, in the Trinity or anything like that. Now, but I'm definitely aware, of the reasoning people say of like, that the Bible doesn't explicitly mention the Trinity, but it's the only way to understand God in any context. But, I ultimately, even though, I understand that, like, not convinced that Jesus believed in the Trinity or any of the earliest Christians specifically. But like I said, I'm not a theologian though, and so I don't discount the verses that will be said. that support that, say that, supports the Trinity. But there is also, to me, I believe it's something that it's definitely up for debate among theologians about what they mean. All I can say is that I'm not convinced that Jesus believed that God was, three persons. I believe that, as he stated, he stated the Shema, where, he proclaimed, God is one, that Jesus will preach monotheism. So
I think the word God is just a title, like emperor or queen, and I think it means like supreme or ultimate. Supreme or ultimate is kind of what it means. But it's a title. It's not like a proper name like John or Jack or Jill or whatever. It's not a proper name. It's not anybody's name. Shit, what else was I going to say?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, let me think for a minute.
I think it's interesting. There's a book that Bart Ehrman made called How Jesus Became God, where he, goes into the history of, like, how is it that, Christians rationalized and developed the doctrine of the Trinity, how it formed, after, 100 years, but specifically, because there's like problems with the ideas that, if, Jesus was, because you had like, things like docetism where Jesus never died, but simply he spiritually died, but he never really wasn't. And the only problem with that is that if he's a man, he can't die for anybody. So.
I don't think the Bible ever said, like, I don't think the Bible says that Jesus says that there's a Trinity. I think
there's never any explicit, confirmation or articulation of the doctrine of the Trinity. Except, you have the one verse that was added, the Johannine comma, which does articulate the doctrine of the Trinity, but that was added in the earliest, being a 7th century Latin Vulgate and a 15th century Greek text, but it doesn't exist in any of the original manuscripts.
I think that people have to infer from the book that there's a Trinity, because it's not clearly stated in there. It's not clearly stated in there. So I think people infer it, and then there's also a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses, for example. There's a lot of different denominations of Christianity that try to sort of go back to the roots of like early Christianity or first century Christianity, what they thought that the first century Christians thought and believed. And what was I going to say? Jehovah's Witnesses are among as one of those groups, so that's why they are monotheistic, but they're no Trinity. Jesus is like the first created thing. He is the agent of creation. Like God doesn't. The only direct thing that God creates is Jesus, and that's it. And then Jesus creates everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a lot of different ways people think about it.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the, I'm aware of definitely a lot of the common arguments that are given. Like they'll give, John. I think John is the only gospel where Jesus, does. It's, he does
all the I ams and stuff.
Yeah, where he says,
none of the. That's right. Yeah, it's only in John. Like none of the other three, the synoptics don't have.
But even
Jesus saying he's God.
Even in John's gospel, it's like, to me, he makes a lot of things that to me, like, kind of like make it problematic. God is described as, being, all powerful, and yet Jesus says he could do nothing of his, of himself. In John chapter 8, and then, so, but But I mean, like, yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, I'm not saying that, like, you know, in the Bible that you don't have any ways you can try to make the implications that, you know, the Trinity is there, but it's like, you know, in general, it's like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, I think really the thing that doesn't make sense to me is that, you know, in the book of Isaiah, you have it's like where, you know, he makes an explicit statement, you know, I alone, you know, am the Lord and there is no other. Like to me, it's like, did Isaiah believe in the Trinity? And if so, why is he writing that?
Do you think that would be like a really important thing to cover in all the Gospels, like, for, you know, the birth, death, resurrection of Jesus is in all the Gospels? That's very important, and why those things happened. But only one of them has Jesus saying that he's God, even in like a roundabout kind of way. Only in the Gospel of John.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
very
that's
interesting.
yeah. I mean, just in general, it's like, I mean, but I understand, like, it's just such a controversial topic. It's like, it's interesting if you tell, like, any pastor, you tell them, you know, I believe that, you know, Jesus was, you know, I believe Jesus was God, you know, or sorry, that I don't believe in God, and, you know, you won't be thrown at church. In fact, pastor will, you know, invite you to his, you know, house, asking you, you know, trying to, you know, with, you know, for dinner, and then explain to you why you should, you know, believe in God. But if you tell them, you know, many times that, you know, you believe in, you know, Jesus, but you don't believe in the Trinity, then you'll be throwing your head like that. And why? Because you're saying that the emperor has no clothes, pretty much. I mean, it's just a subject that makes a lot of them very uncomfortable. But I mean, just in general, I mean, it's just like, to me, like the idea that Unitarian, like the idea that Jesus was like, to me though, it's like pretty clear. It's like Jesus claimed, like in Mark, like, and in Matthew and in Luke, you know, told them to worship, worship God, you know, to, you know, like I said, he recited the Shema, saying, you know, that there's only one that is good. So it's just, to me, and like he says, like, you know, he asked, you know, I pray that this, you know, cup shall pass, not that my will, but your will be done.
Necro, you know I'm a Unitarian, right?
Sorry, what?
I'm a Unitarian.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm a Unitarian. That's why I posed the question. I don't know if you responded because I was AFK, but...
Well, I mean, yeah, I was responding to your question, but yeah, to me, like, you know, like, to me, it's like, I understand, like, you know, theologians will debate the issue, but yeah, I'm just not convinced that Jesus believed, you know, in the Trinity or anything like that. So, I mean, I definitely don't believe that it's inconsistent for a person to believe that, believing that, you know, Jesus worshiped one God above everybody. You know, that he told people that, you know, there's, you know, one God above everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think Unitarianism is like the most, I guess, logical way to follow Christianity. I mean, a lot of Trinitarian, I mean, we just have to look at the history of the Trinity to be able to understand that, right? I mean, the church councils and the development of the Trinitarian doctrine came well before Jesus. And that's one thing that people do not understand, is that these, like, Christian, like, interpretations are before Jesus came. And there was no communication of God's command within that. It started with Tertullian in like 160, and he said, this is he was coined with the term Trinity first, and then he outlined the doctrine, and then and he was well affiliated within the church, so he proposed it to the church fathers, and then that went up to the councils and
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just interesting. It's like the church fathers, like I think what's his name? Not Tertullian.
Augustine or Hippo.
No, he was in 3rd century. The guy I was thinking of. I think his name was, but he was like to me like the sharpest knife in the drawer. Origen, I think his name was. He was the sharpest knife in the drawer, but he didn't believe in the Trinity as was doctored at Nicaea. I mean, he believed in subordinationism. Like he believed that Jesus was, I mean, he. Like when the Trinity was first coined, it was just identified as hierarchy, pretty much was what it was, but it was still like Jesus was subordinate to God.
I mean, was it notice of Semneria?
Was it what?
Notice of Semneria?
No, it was Origen. I was talking about.
Oh, Origen.
Or Oregon, or something like that.
Because I mean, there's like other people that kind of align with that too. Like, I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, this is in terms of the Trinity, of course, but it was like Paulus Samosata and Sibelius and things like that.
I just think that essentially the Trinity, like I mentioned before, it's like the Trinity. It's not, no clear articulation of the Trinity is anywhere, in the Bible. And
it's not mentioned once.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, it's, it's so not there. It's why they had to add, the what is known as the Johannine Canon. That was in 1 John chapter 5 verse 7. But all in modern translation of the Bible, they always leave a footnote saying that this isn't in the original text of the of any of the New Testament, like any of the earliest manuscripts that we find. So just kind of the same way, like when it says, like for example, that that says that Jesus was filled with compassion, and like in Mark 1:44, I believe it is, where it's like, well, I guess Christian left, but anyways, yeah, I was surprised. I don't know if you know Christian Elliott.
Nope, I never. Well, I mean, I can't remember running into him.
Yeah,
I was gonna say is I think Christianity is very clearly a myth, and not myth in like the normal sense of the word. I mean, like in the academic kind of sense. A myth.
By the way, Holly, I want to ask you, do you know this guy Webby?
Webby? Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, I wonder if I should bring him up just to humor him.
He's a troll, but he can have like pretty cool insights now and then.
Well, I just want to know, like, specifically what, like, I mean, to me, I wonder if anything he says ought to be good.
He'll probably troll you.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I mean, I wonder if I'll find any enjoyment. I'll give him fresh 5. Okay. So, Whoopi, what do you got for us?
Yeah, hello, sorry, I'm not here to troll, just to be clear. I'm here for a good faith, linear conversation.
Okay, so what is it you want to talk about?
Yeah, I just want to know if you share the intuition with me that, like, non-existence cannot exist.
by definition, it can't exist.
Yeah, that's right. So God not existing can't not exist, right?
Well, I mean, so by definition, like, you know, I mean, it's a contingent truth. So it wouldn't, you know, if God, you know, so like what you're describing is, I think, synthetic propositions ultimately.
I don't think so. I think that would be like derived a priori. But it's just like if non-existence cannot exist, then God not existing can't exist.
So a statement which is God, you know, not existing ultimately.
Yeah, like that would be the proposition. So we're just saying the proposition that God does not exist being true, that proposition can't exist. Like there can't be a world where that proposition is true. That means it is the case that God exists.
It's a contingent truth since it's a synthetic statement.
Yeah, that's fine, but that's irrelevant because the point is that it can't be true. That's what I'm pointing out.
By possibility, you mean metaphysical possibility or logical possibility or what? Epistemic?
Yeah, I just think that like all possibility domains are going to be logical possibility. I don't think there's like a distinction between like metaphysical modality, like nomological modality, and other types of like conceivability.
Oh, well, that's a pretty crazy idea.
I mean, I just think that there's like non-inferential.
Well, it's certainly logically possible that that proposition is true. What's the contradiction?
Oh yeah, the contradiction is just going to be like, if the proposition is true, then the negation of the proposition is not true. The proposition is true, therefore the negation of the proposition is not true.
Okay, sure. Well, what are the two things that are incompatible with each other?
All these propositions would just be the proposition that God exists and the negation of that proposition, which says that God does not exist.
How does that work?
What do you mean?
So double negative.
This just seems like a play of words to me. I mean,
these are two propositions that form a contradiction. God exists and God does not exist. Those two propositions in conjunction evaluate to false in all possible worlds.
Yes.
He's asking how that conjunction is derived from the proposition being true, that the proposition God does not exist is not true in any possible world. So he's asking how that proposition derives that conjunction of propositions that evaluate to false in all possible worlds, which is the contradiction. And I gave him the derivation, but I don't know if he was tracking.
I don't think you said anything.
do you think there's an assumption there that? Sorry.
I think essentially what you're doing is confusing description with, you know, what is, you know, what maps onto what is the case, because I mean all descriptions are things we made up.
Yeah, I'm invoking like 2D modal semantics. Do you know the distinction between like the primary and secondary intention of modal operators in modal logic?
So modal logic is still something I've been trying to understand myself, to be honest. But
yeah, so I'm talking about certain truths that are derived from pure reason, like a priori truths, and I'm pointing out how there has to be certain like intrinsic teleological properties to these sort of facts about rationality, which allows for them to be like stance independent, just in virtue of them stipulating an accessibility relation in all possible worlds, where like the analytic predicates that constitute the propositions that refer to those moral properties to have the same referent concept in other accessible possible worlds. So that's all I'm showing, and I gave the conceptual analysis as well, so I just don't know if there's like a tracking error on your part or if something's distorting your rational faculties.
There's we go with the condescension.
Sorry?
There's we go with the condescension. So
Jew is a troll, dude.
Yeah, these are just clear like abstract relations that I'm representing.
Yeah. Well, so you basically, well, anyways, in general, so as like I mentioned, modal logic is something I've been trying to understand better myself ultimately, and so I mean, really, you just can't expect everybody to be on your level with philosophy mainly. Like, it's just not really. It's just not that simple, bro.
I'm sorry, I just want to be welcomed in this community. I apologize.
Why do you throw out why do you collapse all the modalities into one? That's weird. Why do you do that?
That has to do with my view of the mind, philosophy of mind. I think that all modal logics, all base modal logics, stipulate the accessibility relation and then some given set of axioms. But the axioms, number one, are going to be non-inferentially justified. So that means that the justification I have in the axioms doesn't depend on inference. It's epistemically autonomous. And number two, those axioms are going to be constituted by the same referent in all possible worlds where those axioms are true. So it's a second order claim about the necessity of those axioms. It's not saying that they exist in all possible worlds, but it's saying in all possible worlds where they do exist, they're going to have the same referent concept.
It's the limit of your background knowledge or something like that.
What?
What's true given what you know, whether that's epistemic or metaphysically or logical, right? That's kind of what you're saying.
No, it just collapses. Yeah, it collapses the distinctions between ideal and prima facie conceivability that Chalmers lays out within base modal logics, and also positive and negative conceivability as well. These are intrinsic to all modal domains.
Oh, well, Chalmers said it. It must be true.
Well, I already gave the abductive evidence in favor of it, so unless you have an epistemic defeater against my account of justification, then prima facie my view is going to be justified and hold more theoretical virtue than your.
I just wanted to hear what the reasons were. I'm not trying to argue.
Yeah, but my account is that the reason givingness for my justification was conferred non-inferentially. So in the absence of defeaters, it's just going to remain the case that they're prima facie justified. And if you haven't provided a defeater, then you're going to have to grant that you have no reason for affirming the negation of my view.
I think non-inferential justification is ridiculous. I don't know, it just doesn't.
Do you have a defeater?
You could be, you could lead to absurd conclusions. You can, whatever you see in front of you, whatever you think you are perceiving could be, you could be justified in thinking that it's true. I don't know,
Yeah, that doesn't follow.
You got abducted by aliens or something.
Can you give the inference that entails that non-inferential justification entails that your perceptual experiences can't be justified?
It's non-inferential. Why do I need to justify?
Wait. The proposition that non-inferential justification cannot, in principle, be justification for sense content, is that proposition true?
You said I gave a silly, weird way of thinking that non-inferential justification is ridiculous by giving a non-inferential justification, and then you turned around and asked me for an inferential justification, which is really silly.
I'm asking if you're non-inferentially justified in the proposition that your account of non-inferential justification counts in favor of adopting a given propositional attitude towards the content of a true proposition. I'm asking if you take that proposition to be true and justified, not the actual non-inferential justification itself. So it's a tracking error.
Are you going to address what I said or no? Or are you just?
When I say you're dodging, you can't engage in a linear fashion. Do you have an argument that I should answer your question?
I clearly stated my position and you just went off in some other direction.
Yeah, so just to be clear, you're failing to respond to my critique. You can't respond to my critique in a substantive manner.
You're here to troll.
I just don't know if you're incapable of engaging because you're a slow boy. But the problem is you're not capable of demonstrating that you understand these entailments, and you're failing to provide an epistemic defeater against my account of justification. So, you kind of look bad. You just got knowledge gapped in the conversation.
Whoopi, I just want to ask you, what is your...
I just knowledge gapped him and I skull fucked him.
No, Whoopi, just answer this question.
So I just would like to know, what is your ultimate motivation? I'd like to know.
Yeah, I'm just here to discuss philosophy.
Okay, so because you seem, like you're out of your way to be a social gadfly, and I'd like to know, is that, do you just, I mean, did you get this from quarantine, really? That,
He claims to be autistic, but I think he's trolling about that too.
I didn't even have
Can't really trust anything he says.
Yeah, it's interesting. He left on his own. I didn't even have to remove him. So, thankfully.
I don't know what that guy's angle is. I appreciate that he kind of trolls everyone, sort of. It's like an equal opportunity troll. Doesn't really discriminate against who he trolls.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I wish that he would just, just take, I just wish that he could do, contrarian, like, what, guys like when I saw, Ben Shapiro, was interviewed by, on BBC.
On BBC?
Yeah, he was interviewed by, it was one where he called, Andrew Neil a leftist. Literally nobody ever would call him a leftist, though. You knew him.
And Shapiro's, though.
Because, I mean, the guy, Andrew Neil, he's been known for, he supported the Iraq War. He was a climate denialist. And he's also an AIDS denialist and all.
AIDS denialist?
Yes.
What the fuck? That's a weird one.
Yeah, so it's literally nobody ever, Ben Shapiro's this guy's a leftist, literally nobody ever else. But I was I made so many opportunity jokes about the debate where it's for a guy who hates leftists, he sure left. I also said, I've seen people lose to debates, but I've never seen anybody lose to an interview. But yeah, I mean, just in general, it was really laughable. When Ben Shapiro says that, it's why don't you just say you're on the left?
Ben Shapiro, I think lately he's been pretty critical of Trump. Kind of
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I thought I'd never see the day, but, I guess, he has his own guardrails.
I think it's the tariffs, yeah, it's me.
Well, actually, I think, to me, do you really think that? Because, I mean, I know he's not a fan of the tariffs, but to me, I think really, if anything, that he's not, I think he's, you think it's not that he's sick of the, transgressive Nazis that, Trump has been enabling.
I don't know, just Trump's an insane megalomaniac.
Yeah.
You read the thing he put on his Truth Social?
Yeah, oh yeah.
The Rob Reiner.
Yeah. No,
he's a fucking lunatic. What the hell's wrong with that guy?
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, this is, I can't see how anybody who thought that, who was saying that, expected people to shed tears, how anybody can, suggest that the left was cruel for, what happened to him, in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he almost died. And then, see that, how he treats everybody who is his opponent. Where, yeah, he said, literally, he blamed Rob Reiner, saying him having Trump derangement syndrome was what led to his death.
Well, also specifically also said something like the way it makes other people feel, or something like that, and how his Trump derangement syndrome made other people feel. You know, he almost put it in like plain English, but he stopped short of it, saying that he died because he was deranged about the things that he said. People found offensive. And
like that's literally what leftists used to argue why Trump like deserves to die as well. That of all the shit that he says, that, you know, like he's literally making an argument for why, you know, people have legitimate reasons to believe he should have been assassinated, like by talking about how Rob Reiner, like what he said that was insensitive to other people.
I don't think people should die for what they say, including Trump.
Me neither. But Trump, who like makes an apologetic about, like, you know, how he said things that were insensitive to his fans. Like,
they just need to grow thicker skin. The part that I find, like, I think the part that's most ironic is, or hypocritical, I should say, it's like them demanding from us, or not me on the left, you know, people like me, that we should, like, you know, give some respect to, you know, Charlie Kirk because he was murdered.
Yeah, I mean,
like they demanded that from us, and then gracious about it, and then Trump like turns around and says this shit about Rob Reiner.
Well, then he also said, of course, I mean, right after Kirk was shot, I mean, he blamed potentially half the country for Charlie Kirk's death, really. So, you know, I'm somehow responsible because I'm not a fan of Charlie Kirk, you know, or of you, that I'm somehow responsible for his death. Just, you know, like, and he's the same person who accuses the left of being divisive, specifically. I mean, like, he called Joe Biden, that the Democrats are who got him shot specifically. Joe Biden, to say that Joe Biden is the most divisive president is very laughable to hear from Trump.
Oh, they do what the flat earthers do. Like, the flat earthers take our normal rhetoric about the flat earthers and they use it almost word for word against us. And that's what the hardcore MAGA people do. You know, like, they'll say, like, you know, the typical kinds of things that we might say about them, which we know are true. Like, Trump is a divisive person. It's just a fact.
Yeah. No, it's just
they use that against us.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I really hate Vosh, really, to be honest. But, like, I think it's interesting. He made a point that I think is absolutely true, at least about MAGA right now. It seems like, because, like, unlike the right wing in other countries, like in you know, if they believe if they believe gay people deserve to be put to death, if their own politicians that they vote for, or they have, like, if they are found to be gay, then they would, you know, have them be stoned like everybody else that they want to be stoned. But if, you know, unlike in America, where it's like, if one person has been associated with pedophiles, they'll completely change their script about it.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the abortion thing. Like, you ask somebody, like, they're really hardcore conservatives, they'll say, yeah, I think abortion is wrong and we should ban it nationwide, right? But then you ask them the next question: do you support Trump? Do you support, like, giving the decision, moving it from the federal level down to the state level, you know, whether abortion is legal or not? And they always say yes to that question that comes next. And it's just like, but you believe that it should be banned, you know, and that it's immoral. So why are you allowing Trump to make it legal in some places?
That's one of the things I push back on, like, you know, the left, is that because I don't believe abortion's a topic that is ever going to be moved to the federal government, to be honest.
I think it's very unlikely. Personally,
I think the whole thing's like kind of a stupid. I mean, it's like their position is just like really dumb. I mean, like if you just ask yourself, like, does like I don't know, a 3-week-old fetus have a subjective experience? You know, is there a what it's like to be a 3-week-old fetus? You know, or whatever. And the answer is no. They don't even have like the you know they don't even, you know, fetuses don't even develop all the building blocks of like subjective experience. It starts at like 30 weeks. It starts at 30 weeks. It doesn't begin. You know, it's just like I think it's just a ridiculous position that they have.
Exactly. No, I think it's interesting though. I was in a atheist. I don't know how often you go to Andrew's rooms, but I was in a chat with Rashad. If you know who Rashad is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he regularly comes on and off. But yeah, of course. I think one of the things that's really, I think really is kind of thing about him is that he'll often specifically make, points, and then when they get, rebutted, he tries to move on to try to continue to, paint outside of his own, like, because particularly like when I was making the point about how, Christians being more likely to, kill their kids if an authority told them to do so than if atheists did so. And he said that atheists are more likely to kill their kids, specifically. He brought up, of course, abortion specifically. And I said, point is like, and I just point out to the fact that I think really the problem really is, other than just the fact that the data shows that aside from religious people actually getting more abortions than people who are not religious, I also showed specifically that to point it out that if religion is true, like that, there's unique division among any people who are justly as committed as to the issue. And so there is no solution that religions have, but it's something that simply was kept on being trying to be painted as that there's a unanimous decision among theists. But it's like, it's even though Jesus said himself that, if two of you agree with one thing on earth, it will be done by my Father in heaven. Well, I mean, no two Christians or believers agree on any issue. Like, if you take any sort of issue, like, believers on both sides will be deeply committed to the issue. And so, but yeah, it was just interesting though. It was like, I also pointed out with Rashad was the fact that, the fact that how at least 1/3 of all fertilized eggs end up resulting in dying due to spontaneous abortion. So if theism is true, then God is the greatest abortionist. So
I just find it funny, like when they try to, if theists try to, a lot of theists, like either they do it incidentally, like unintentionally, or but then there's another group that will go out of their way to try to make a point that
and I think
that the atheists are like immoral, because they have no religion or something like this. A lot of religious people think like that, but when you go and read their book, their God literally kills fucking babies. Like it's there in the genocide.
Well, I don't
want to hear any shit from them about that on that front.
Well, I don't even resort to that. I just tell them specifically is that they say that they have this morality, and I say to them, it's like, but all I see is really just, authority or consequentialism, which I don't see as morality. I think morality implies like, means doing for the sake of goodness, not because of, wanting a reward or, fearing punishment or doing it because, you have a guy who said, I'm the boss and I'll punish you if you don't do what I say. That's just authoritarianism.
It's just dumb.
It's just.
I think I was gonna say, I think authority is not taken or assumed. It's authority is recognized. And that's the only way that someone or something can gain authority is by recognition of others. That's the only way that it works. It could possibly work.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of why, to me, it's also the question of how did you decide that God was good is a very question that, it always needs to be addressed by, by whenever the claim is made that, of theistic morality about how God is necessary for their goodness. It's to me, it's how did you decide that God was good?
If you take all this is a really strong point against theism, I think, especially monotheism, that all this disagreement that people have, in particular, moral disagreements. If there were a God from which all morals flow from his nature or something like that, then we should expect to see a more what's the word? Ubiquitous or we should see more homogeneity within the morals across cultures and time, in history. But we don't. Instead we see literally thousands of Christian denominations, thousands of different gods throughout history, all different manner of moral and ethical frameworks, and many of them, maybe even most of them, are mutually incompatible. Yeah, they're mutually exclusive, meaning they can't both be true. Many of them are of that nature too. That's just more evidence that there aren't any morals, objective sense of morals.
I think really what I find disturbing though is when I hear people Trent Horn, who's to me probably the sharpest knife in the drawer of apologist I can think of, and when he gets to showing his real cognitive bias is when he defends things for example, slavery in the Bible. In his debate, with Cosmic Skeptic, it was when he responded saying that slavery in and of itself is not inherently bad. Oof. Yeah, and to me, it's when I remember watching his video also where he responded to a thing called Satan's Guide to the Bible, which was, of course, that lecture about where, basically teaching people, basically children, to be skeptical of what they're being taught in Sunday school, pretty much. And Trent Horn responded, one of the things he said, was when they pointed things genocide in the Old Testament, was that Trent Horn said that they never showed that what the Canaanites did was wrong, where they're talking about, of course, things like child sacrifice. Because, of course, the, Israelites, the enemies will always describe their enemies more abhorrent, basically. But essentially, it's what I'm thinking about is meanwhile, do you realize that you're justifying ethnic cleansing, Trent?
It's horrible.
It's
their conceptual framework is consistent, but it is it's just the whole thing is absurd. It's absurd and it's false.
I think
Andrew does this shit a lot too.
Yeah.
I want to say one other thing about the moral disagreement thing. A good example of something that is truth tracking. If morals came from one source, a single being, say, that were right, and we should expect to see much more homogeneity, right, in ethical moral systems across the planet. and cultures, we should expect to see that. But we don't. But a good example of that would be like, as an analogy, here's why. Here's a good reason why naturalism is probably true. It's because like natural explanations, specifically from like the scientific method, are useful. They work. They're successful across a vast array of different cultures and religions and countries and peoples and all this kind of shit. That's pretty powerful evidence that naturalism is truth tracking, and the subjective moral stuff is like the complete reverse of that.
Yeah. No, I just think it's amusing was that Trent Horn, he repeats the William Lane Craig style of reasoning, where it's like he'll say that, God, since he's the author of life, has the right to take life as he sees fit. And he gave this analogy where it's like, if I give you $20 every day and then I all of a sudden stop giving you money, I have not wronged you. You had no right to the money. And I was like, to me, that's a completely inaccurate analogy, because God doesn't just withhold extending people's, lives. He actively deprives them of the life that they were given. And so I think the analogy is more akin to if, you give $1,000 to charity and then you find out that it's, funding families, children of families you didn't like. And so you decide to steal money from the charity.
I feel like it's just a shooting gallery right now. But another like big problem I have with Christianity in particular is like the whole, like it's like you just look at like the ethical systems, complete abdication of personal moral responsibility on your own part, and like personal responsibility is like the basis for everything in ethics. Like nothing in ethics makes sense except within like the light of personal responsibility. And so like when a Christian takes their own life and their own responsibilities and they heap them onto Jesus, they're just abdicating it's just like, it's so like mind-bogglingly insane to me that people they just do this like without thinking about it. It's just insane to me.
Yeah. No, I just think it's interesting though. It's like, as far as, atheism goes though, it's like, I think it's interesting. I'll just say like, you have people that are like inspiring philosophy where it's like a lot of his debates in like recent times aren't really necessarily about proving Christianity is true. A lot of them are about whether Christianity is dangerous or whether or not anything that is good for society, which I think is a thing that really I'm not as certain about, because to me it's like it's very difficult for me to make the assessment because it's a lot of it's sociology, which is not really my field mainly. It's like, to me, because I can point to a lot of behaviors Christians have done, and I can't conclusively show that, I can show it, but to me, it's like, is it proof that Christianity, like if Christianity were to spread, that, this is something that would, that this is something that would continue, or is that, something that would exist, without Christianity, or other aspects of Christianity that make it dangerous. So in general, it's something that I just think I can never make the decision about, which is kind of why I think a lot of atheists who have debated him have, one of the complaints is said that they've fumbled on this issue. I don't know. I can't really say, though, to me. But I think it's interesting. He does make a lot of, it's one thing I will say about inspired philosophy is that, he definitely has sociological papers specifically. I will say that.
But other things like whether God exists or things like that, I mean, those are the ones where like he really loses me, I will say.
What do you say, Jordan Peterson or who?
No, Inspired Philosophy, Michael Jones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he like when he makes like debates about sociology, whether Christianity is, bad for society or good for society, like he does seem to sound more reasonable than when he makes like debates about like whether God exists, or like when he's like debating things like the problem of evil. It's like, it just seems like what I'm hearing from him a lot of times on the problem of evil are just, the same answers that I've heard before, that, like it's just really painful to listen to.
He's kind of a shitty debater. I watched a debate with him. This was like really recent too, like in the past week, or like a week ago maybe, on modern day debate. It was between him, Inspiring Philosophy, and Richard Carrier. They were debating naturalism, and I just wanted to watch it because I hadn't seen anything from Richard Carrier in a long time, so I thought I'd check that out.
Yeah.
It turns out like the Inspiring Philosophy guy was like, he was just being like really fucking dishonest and disingenuous. And it's just like, what the fuck? Why is Carrier debating this guy? Fucking ridiculous. I thought Carrier did a good job defending his position on naturalism.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Richard Carrier, his moral position. I mean, I think on the historicity of Jesus, like I've heard his like debates on that. I'm not convinced of his conclusion. I think really his debate that he had with Trent Bourne and the one that he had with William Lane Craig was the one where he definitely came out on top, because he had, of course, with him being the academic on his side, like, he was ahead of both of them on, like, specifically on.
I think it was William Lane Craig. I had no idea. That's interesting.
Yeah, he did.
It's an early one, yeah.
Yeah, it was an old one, but like, yeah, it was when, like, Richard Carrier, he looked like he was in, like, he always looks like he's in his college age, but this one, like, he looked like, yeah, that he just, think he was a student at MIT.
Where do you go? Columbia? I think Carrier went to Columbia.
I can't remember, but I mean,
the reason I remember, this is funny, the reason I remember is because Craig gave like a sick burn of Carrier. He was like, what do you, it was during, I think it was during that debate. The old debate, the one we're talking about.
The one
Craig is like, I can't believe that, someone with who went to such a good school like Columbia would come out and make this. And he's talking about like the historicity thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think out of all of Craig's debates, I think the one that, like, to me, like as far as like history goes, I'm personally more of a fan of Ehrman than I am of Richard Carrier, to be honest.
But I think like they both make really good points. I've watched a few of those debates, the historicity one topic with Carrier. I just thought it was a really interesting angle. I feel like, people aren't really addressing there's a few guys that do like really get in the weeds, and they talk about scripture and like this or that verse means, what this word means, and just like it gets like really complicated with a few people. But I think most of the time people are just not addressing like the things that Carrier says, like with the brothers of the Lord, for instance.
Yeah, I don't know so much. Like Richard Carrier, I haven't read as much. I know he has like, a book he recently came out with where it was like, it was a few years ago, where they're propositing a theory that, Jesus, was from like outer space. Like I never read about it, but like it was something that was like an interesting theory, I thought. But
I think that's what's it called? I think it's called Jesus from Outer Space. Yeah, I haven't read it, but I think the idea is basically it's basically like an alternative hypothesis that explains Christianity, that explains like the origin of Christianity. I think that's what it's tried.
Did you ever see it? Did you ever see Craig's debate with Robert M. Price?
Craig and Price. I don't remember, but I did see one with him and Bart Ehrman. That was really interesting.
Yeah, I think the part like with Bart Ehrman and him, I think what was most frustrating about the debate was because of the fact that both of them were talking about two completely different methodologies. I felt like Bart Ehrman addressed, or at the very least gave a more consistent method for determining what was historical. Like particularly, he gave defined. He gave a definition of history, which is why, and a conclusive proof of why the resurrection could never be historical. Which of course William Lane Craig just dismissed as being something that was Hume's argument pretty much, which is really just a guilt by association. It's like, why does it matter if it was Hume's argument? Can you not address the argument itself specifically? Yeah, I think really it's just in general though, it's like, it was just really one of the frustrating things about the debate. Ultimately, I think William Lane Craig's his equation that he had for proving the likelihood that Jesus was resurrected was absolutely, I lost it at that point.
That's loud.
Which is what Bart Ehrman, like when he said that, like, if you're going to use math to prove that, a resurrection happened, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's one of one of the things Carrie went to school for was Bayesian reasoning. Yeah, Bayes theorem, essentially, probability, and I mean that's just part of his. It's part of his. It's part of his training, basically, his PhD training, and he uses that. He uses like Bayes theorem. Bayesian reasoning is like core to his Jesus mythicism thing. And like one of the responses from Craig was like, you can put anything, insert anything into Bayes theorem, and it will be you can get like any sort of result you want out of it. Basically, what he said, which is it's not really addressing Carrier's position. I don't know. I thought Craig did a lot of moves like that I didn't. I thought were really stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting though. Trent Horn, I mean, like, I don't know, like, if you saw the debate he had with Matt Dillahunty about whether the resurrection happened.
I don't remember it. I did watch it. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think, it was really disappointing when Matt Dillahunty, like, he had that point where Trent Horn was being put into a chokehold by basically just asking him whether or not, of course, whether Trent Horn, whether he's going to believe that a person rose from the dead on testimony alone. And Trent Horn, it took him a long time to answer that question, but I mean, I think it was a really missed opportunity for Matt to ask him about, because they brought up an example of books of reported resurrections. I wish that Matt Dillahunty would have gone through those and asked him whether he believes any of those happened. And then to give his reasons why he doesn't believe any of those happened.
Yeah, it's tough. Miracles always seem to work out when you investigate them. It's no reason to think that naturalism is true.
It's one of the things I liked about Pine Creek, ultimately. I mean, I know that Pine Creek is hated by, a lot of atheists, particularly for his political views. But I still see Pine Creek as he offers a lot of valuable content for theists, I think, explaining to them ultimately. But he one time was debating Trent Horn, and of course he gave him this thing where it's like he asked him, he went up the scale of all the things that he had
as evidence that Jesus rose from the dead. You know, the reasons he believed Jesus rose from the dead, you know, because Trent Horn has like where he has like the empty tomb, things like that, where he has like all these disciples who supposedly saw him. And Pine Creek like asked him like, saying, so, okay, so I have this, you know, 500 witnesses who claim to see me. Would you believe that, you know, I did rise from the dead? And he's like, no. And so he kept on going through it. But, you know, as he was trying to go up the chain, Trent was, you know, saying, you know, trying to like really skip through to just ask him, saying, you know, if the evidence was the same as that as the resurrection, then I would believe it, you know. And but like he just really you know, was like Pine Creek, of course, was just trying to like, you know, get him to like essentially at what point would it be sufficient evidence for him to believe, you know, of course, that the resurrection, that his claim happened really, and what was the thing that changed really. But I think probably to me, it's like, yeah, it's like to me, a lot of atheists, I think Matt Dillahunty, one of the disappointing things about him is that specifically I mean, maybe it's just his age, but like he is just, you know, to me, he's not the same. He's just not the same person. He doesn't have the same charisma that he did, you know, 10 years ago.
I think it takes a lot out of you, man. Like you have these like insane discussions, like I don't know, either weekly or daily with people. It's like taxing, you know. And then as you get older, it just gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. Like he's like the grizzled freaking, I don't know, fucking, what's the guy's name? Gandalf. He's like fucking Gandalf now of like the atheist experience.
Yeah, well, I think essentially the atheist experience doesn't want to be associated with the
Oh, yeah, I heard about like the producers and stuff like that. Some like weird disagreement or something.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but I believe it was about like, you know, I know that you had Stephen Woodford, who was you know, removed because of the controversy that he had. I can't remember what it was, but something to do with trans issue.
Of course, right.
It's kind of
weird. It's weird how like, it's so weird how like, you know, like it's like the amount of trans people in the United States is like less than 1%, like much less than like 1% of the total population, and like it's just this fucking like insane like national topic, you know, like it's just why aren't we talking about like fucking healthcare? You know, healthcare affects like literally every single citizen or person in the United States. Why don't we talk about that instead?
Yeah,
no, it's just fucking ridiculous shit.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like one of those things, like, I feel the same way. It's like, I mean, like, not saying that's not an issue that I am concerned about or things like that. I do think it's an important issue that needs to be addressed, but it's like, to me, it's like, you know, out of all the issues that I'm concerned about, I'm more concerned about healthcare, about, you know, I'm concerned about, you know, crime, above all. But yeah, it's like, to me, it's like, it's kind of the thing really, like I said, it's like I mentioned earlier, it's like the thing with atheism that I really not liked is really just when like movements have taken positions, official positions on like, you know, politics really outside.
You know, when the Marxists and the communists say, how does it go? They say that we'll have like less crime and better mental well-being, etc., and on, if people's material needs are met. When they say that, like, I think they're like right on the fucking money when they say that. I think people just like write that off just because they're Marxists or communists or whatever. But I mean, that statement is fucking true. We would have less crime. You know, people would have better quality, a better standard of living. They'd have better mental health. You know, they'd have better jobs, etc. If all their basic material needs are met, like, you know, food, water, shelter, education and stuff. Like, that's just clearly fucking true.
Yeah, I mean, as far as communism goes, I mean, it's, you know, I just really like, to me, it's like, one of the things that really gets annoying to me is, like, you know, as an atheist, is the fact that that, you know, we're less trusted than convicted rapists, according to a study that was done.
Oh yeah, like, what is it? I remember one poll was like, they asked for it's like, I don't know, they're like multiple choice questions, and one of the questions is like, out of these choices, like, I mean, can you rank these people by the order in which you would vote them for president, you know? And like the atheist was at the bottom, like underneath the like the pedophiles and the rapists and all that shit. It's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, in spite of the fact that atheists make up less than 1% of the entire prison population.
Wild.
Yeah, exactly.
I have an idea. I mean, it could be plausible that like people go in and they're either sort of agnostic, you know, or they're not, or they're very specifically not religious. And then while they're in there, they talk to the preachers. You know, one of the things they can do a lot of is read. You know, and so maybe they read the Bible a lot. I don't really know that it's like exactly right to just say. Well, I mean, I think we should think about that too.
So Crimsonite said that atheism is LGBTQ code because, of course, you know, yeah, that's the real reason we become atheists, of course.
What's the reason? LGBT something?
Yeah, LGBTQ cope.
Oh, cope. All right.
Yeah. No, it's like Crimson. It's like if I wanted to, you know, rebel against your God and, you know, marry, he left. That's just great.
It was weird with like what's the thing called? Oh, Pascal's wager. When people like present, you know, they'll present you with Pascal's wager. It's like, why would I care about what would happen to me after I'm dead? I'll be fucking dead. I won't be there to care one way or the other. Like, that's why it's just like, I don't know, it's just dumb. It's just like a. That's a weird rant.
So a guy goes by Good in the audience posted how many atheists there are in the world or in the U.S. So yeah, I'm definitely aware that atheists make up a insignificant minority of the population, but yeah. I think it's interesting though. It's like a lot of Christians have been talking about how thinking that, you know, Christianity's population has stabilized and recently. I feel like the pandemic had a lot to do with it. That religion was a way in which a lot of people had social connections during the pandemic.
It's funny, this William Lane Craig debate with Richard Carrier. You know how, like, sometimes people are so smart they're really stupid? You know, like, my uncle is like, went to college when he was, like, 16 or something. He can't get ketchup out of a fucking bottle, right? It's hilarious to watch him function, or try to, in daily life. He's way smarter than me. So I put on this debate, and there's only audio coming in the left side. Like, you can't even figure out how to make your thing in stereo. It's so funny.
Oh, you're watching it from like Craig's channel or something?
It's called Reasonable Faith Org. That's the name of the channel.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's a fucking stupid ass phrase too, by the way. I don't know why people let him get away with that.
I respond.
I like logical faith, you know, bro.
Yeah. His reasonable faith is an oxymoron. just like Islamic knowledge.
Islamic knowledge.
When I was in debate, it's like I heard that expression of person who said Islamic knowledge, like Islamic knowledge, that's an oxymoron.
That's like the point of faith, is like when you don't have reasons, you have faith. That's the point of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's interesting, though. I had a debate one time with a Muslim about whether Islam is good for humanity. And, of course, one of the things they told me was they were one time questioning the debate was whether if Islam is good, then why does it how can Islam be good when it promotes things like pedophilia and slavery? And they said this is the same question that's brought up in every Islamic debate. And I said, don't you hate when the indefensible points keep coming up? And he said it's not indefensible. And, he said that simply that, when does a person say that they're ready for marriage? It's when they're like mature. And I said, so Aisha was a hot 9-year-old. But
I get kind of tired of that thing, though. Like, it's, Islam is like there's a lot of moving parts in Islam, and like people just kind of knee-jerk go for the Aisha thing. I mean, I've heard it like a million times. It's like, I don't know. Can we just fucking like get on like a different thing? Like, what is the nature of Allah? How, and like, is it different than what Christians think God is? I think that's an interesting question, because a lot of times they'll say like, the Muslims and the Christians want to say that, well, yeah, we do worship the same God. They just see God differently than we do, and I think that's like ripe for attack. You know what I mean?
They only worship 1/3 of my God.
Yeah. No, I call myself the, it's like, to me, I've always thought about creating the 4 horsemen of the non-apocalypse here in atheism.
Daniel Dennett, Christopher Hitchens, fucking Sam Harris, and
Richard Dawkins.
There you go.
4 horsemen of the non-apocalypse.
All right, fuckers. So, okay, I'm in the middle of this Consciousness Explained by Daniel Dennett, right? And I know it's an outdated book, probably came out in the early 90s or whatever. But in that book, he references the theory of the bicameral mind from Julian Jaynes. I don't know if you guys...
I have the book. I've been meaning to read it.
Yeah, his theory is that you didn't have this sort of conscious introspection no human did before around the year 1000 BC. It's pretty recent. I mean, that's kind of a crazy idea. So that intrigued me. I don't know much about it yet, though.
Yeah, I've been meaning to read that book.
He's got Dennett has a really cool presentation you can watch on YouTube. I think it's called The Magic of Consciousness or something like that.
I think it's called, he
did
one called The Self is an Illusion.
Yeah, he's also the atheist Santa Claus, by the way.
So, Roy, do you think Islam is also covered under this bicameral theory?
What? Do I think Islam covers the bicameral theory? I don't know what that even means.
It's a good example of...
If you could explain, I need to rephrase the question. I don't understand what you want me to say.
I am just looking at the application of the theory, and if we apply them to religions, right?
Yeah, also Julian Jaynes has a theory about the origin of religion that is just based out of evolution and language, Yeah, so I don't know. Islam came pretty late. That's already 600 AD, whatever, 7th century. So he's more focused on stuff that, the earliest writings that we can find, mostly the Iliad from Homer and whatever, the Greek epics and whatnot.
I found the video. It's actually called "The Illusion of Consciousness," and it's a TED Talk. If nothing else, it's just a very interesting view of consciousness.
Did you see him talk about those termite cathedrals? Like they're these termites. They make these structures on the inside and outside. They're sort of similar to ours. Did you see that? It's kind of interesting. I forget what the species of termites are called, but they make these little castles. It's really weird, and they have no agency or consciousness. They're just doing rote termite work, and they make these things that look like. So it makes me think that, are we even conscious of what we're doing? I don't know the answer to that. It seems like it could be an illusion, totally.
I know it's hard. It's just it's one area of scientific research that's just we don't really have a complete theory yet. Sort of like gravity, And it's just I don't know why so many theists like to attack the consciousness angle, but it's there's so many different views, about it. It's just I don't know. Just fucking leave it alone. Nobody fucking knows what's going on right now. I think we'll figure it out eventually, though.
Roy, you were talking about termites. So they are the altruistic insects, right? Who kill themselves to protect the colony.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, the older ones, they actually bust.
Yeah, so that kind of proves an atheist's point is that, morals come about through evolution, also being a social creature. If you're going to coordinate with other animals, immediately there's going to be a morality, which is just like a structured hierarchy of behaviors or an organization of behaviors. Because you can't cooperate if you're just completely acting as if no one else exists, right? So that's where morality came from, not religion, which doesn't make any sense. Religion appeared so late. And even now on the BBC, I saw this article where we found evidence that there was a man-made fire even 400,000 years earlier than we previously thought. It's so we've had fire for that long. The ability to reason that out and make fire was so long ago. You don't think we had morals back then? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. That all this hundreds of thousands of years passed, and then all of a sudden religion comes along and gives us stone tablets, and now we have morals. But we were organized and living in little societies, which clearly you have to have morals to be in any kind of society, even a criminal one. You have to have morals.
Among hunter-gatherers, right? If you go to this in India also, there is this Sentinel Islands, right? Where people still live with hunter-gatherers. So even they have morality.
Of course. Are they in a group? Then they have morality. It's that simple.
Yeah, they are in a group, but the commoners like us, we are not allowed to enter that space, right? It's a protected zone.
I guess as it should be. I don't know. That's a different question. Should you contact these sort of people when you find them?
One Christian missionary guy tried, and he was killed by them.
Oh, the English guy, they cannibalized him.
Yeah. Arrows. I don't know what they did to him. He went there with some coconuts and Bibles.
He had the best intentions, really.
No, but he illegally entered. Actually, he bribed some guy here in India actually to enter that space.
That's some Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom shit right there. Some Kalima.
I think we have cave paintings that go back 40,000 years. So I think it'd be fair to say that there's probably some form of animism or religion even as far back as 40,000 years ago.
Of course. Yeah. But with the bicameral theory, it was before 1000 BC, whatever you want, what number it is, I don't know for sure, but there wasn't I'm thinking about something and I made a decision. It's almost like this goddess or this god or this spirit came into me and compelled me to do this. So they're almost listening to voices in their head as if they were external forces. And then at some point, someone was like, no, I'm talking to myself now. It's a weird concept, yeah.
It's like you could say that schizophrenia maybe is like a going back to that sort of thing, right? In a sense, like you're hearing voices that seem to be coming from someone else, but they're in your head. And I think of these people as just like walking around just being schizophrenic with the animism and all this stuff. I mean, that's when religion was real. You know, you didn't question it because that was your reality. You wouldn't even think to question it. That was not even on the table to do so, right?
I think religion has held on for so long is because a lot of people think it's like cool or it's like trendy. You know, people go to church. They sort of, I mean, some of them do virtue signaling. Yeah, I think with like the church, you know, trying to one up each other on the church clothes and shit like that. But they also, I don't know if it's exactly virtue signaling, but it's something else. It's kind of like they're, yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of is in a sort of a way where they recount stories to each other about, you know, how strong my faith is versus this point in time versus this point in time, or you know, like how close my relationship is with God. You know, it's just like I mean, it's kind of like it's fucking weird. It's just like
That's why we think it. This is why we think of it as LARPing, because we know there's no one's truly religious anymore. It's just like a sexual orientation or something.
No, guys, but political angle is also there, right? Like church separated itself from state, right? Certain point of time. But if you see Islam, so they have not done that actually. So it is still a political faith. They have this organization of Islamic countries also having a permanent representation at United Nations. So it's a very much politics actually.
Yeah, I think there's like, I think there are 152 Muslim majority countries where they have some form or another of Sharia law. I think that's a true statement for sure. Very political.
Yeah, so many people, they discuss Islam as religion, but I in particular, my understanding, I see it as a politics, a pseudo kind of politics. Means wherever they are trying to do the same thing what political parties are trying to do. Yeah, but only thing is they do same thing in the name of faith. So this is very dangerous thing actually. Because what Eliot was describing earlier, like message of God and all that thing is good, right? That is how anthropologists and sociologists also have described the religion. But what they miss in those theories is this political aspect of faith actually, which is very abundant. And it's very surprising to me that none of these sociologists have mentioned that.
Maybe we need to get them onto the Enlightenment finally. Then they can discard like the, I don't know, theocracy or theonomy type of governments and get to like more egalitarian and the fucking or utilitarian, I guess, ideals about like how government ought to be run. I think that'll be good.
Yes. But in that case, they think their own laws, right, within the faith, they are more important than the constitution, for example.
Yeah. In the States, we have like, we have the Constitution, and we got the Bill of Rights, and then there's in Christianity, there's I suppose in all three of the Abrahamic religions, there's the 10 Commandments, or I mean, Islam has 10 Commandments, right? Yeah, they go back to Moses, so yeah, they should have the 10 Commandments too. It's kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of a funny thing. It's like there's nothing in the 10 Commandments that is in the United States Constitution. They're, you'd think that they would be like the first 10 things on the fucking list, right? But there's nowhere in there.
Yeah, No, it's very far from that actually. We cannot compare it to a constitution, right? So we see globally also, right? So successfully is able to propagate the political company, right? Or they need not to sponsor it in terms of resources. So, but the faith itself sponsors the loyalty, the political loyalty.
I think people kind of just don't really, in general, they don't really think too critically about their religion or like about their, like, I don't know, theism belief. They don't really, it's just kind of not really that important. So like people don't really think about it too much. Like everybody I know is religious, or everybody I know goes to church. It's just what people do. They don't really think too critically about it. And I suppose there's not really a good reason to do that. It doesn't seem like, I don't know, like if some aliens came and they're going to wipe us out or something, and it really mattered whether we believed in God or not, then people would really would really study it. But absent something like that, I don't know.
Yeah, they might be thinking that in USA also there should be kingdom of their God, right? Things like that. That's also a kind of frenzy among the worshippers.
Are you Muslim or like ex-Muslim or what?
No, I'm nothing actually. I just.
Or what? What? It's hard to hear you.
No, I'm saying I am none of that actually. I just read, and I also see the present context of the things. And only thing I understand is politics. So only for political reasons, the faith gains importance.
I don't know if like faith is a bad thing. I suppose it's sort of neutral, but I mean, there's clearly like better methods for acquiring knowledge, like scientific method, obviously, or just being, or just even rationality is like much better method for like acquiring knowledge than faith is. So you like in theory, you could believe that literally any proposition is true. Just faith alone, like I could take it on faith that faith is like terrible and we should all like expunge it, and what the fuck could anybody else say? Or like I could take it on faith that slavery is good. It's just, there's obvious like flaws in what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, faith is kind of a documented understanding of our ancestors in the past, right? So they understood something and they documented it. So there was a way of life. So few things still apply, few things they don't, right? Still we don't know many things. But we have moved beyond that actually now, right? So still faith is evolved basically. So our understandings, they are changing day by day with the advancement of technology. We are realizing new truths. So yeah. But why I use the word political was because going back to something in medieval times and referring the importance of it in the modern state, that is political. If they would have said for spiritual reasons, that is totally different thing. Yeah. But when you come on streets and you say we are more important than others, or we know something which none of you know, I think that is a very different kind of politics.
need to change your PTR.
Oh shit! What happened? What for?
Okay, Necro, myself, and Daniel were all in black and white, and you are in full Technicolor, and that's going to be a problem.
You guys, is this a fucking conspiracy?
Just slap a filter on it, dude. Don't fucking make it complicated. Don't be a pain in the ass. Do this the easy way or the hard way, Elliot.
Oh, I got a really old picture. It's black and white. Let's see if I can find it.
And you don't want to do this the hard way.
You'd probably get a kick out of this one. Let's see if I can find it.
But the picture is very sharp, Elliot. Looks like some screenshot from some Hollywood movie.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I look like such a Neanderthal. It's fucking crazy.
There it is. Yeah, that's an old picture. Holy cow. Black and white. You see that? I was like fucking
how long ago?
19 or something.
Yeah. If I put my 18-year-old photo on here, I look like I had really long, beautiful hair. I was like a fucking vampire, man. That's a good photo. It's more sepia ink than black and white, but it'll pass.
I appreciate that. I'm glad I can be in the club. You know what I mean?
Elliot, what painting is there in the background?
Painting? I have no fucking idea. I don't remember. That shit was like 20 years ago.
That's very interesting, actually. Which phone was that? Is it like Nokia or what?
Might be. I think it is a Nokia. It had a Windows. Nokia had a Windows phone. What was it called? Nokia 1520 something or other. It had a Windows operating system on it. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. That was for a limited time, right?
a limited one. I don't know. I just got it because it looked really cool. Like the operating system was really cool. I liked it. Like the apps were not these little things that you see. They're like you could make the apps in like these square. Well, they're basically windows. Like one square of the screen went like it was an entire button for an app. I don't know. I just thought it was really cool. I think it was ultimately like a bad idea though, because most app developers, they make apps either for iOS or Android, and not many of them would make apps for this Windows platform.
Yeah, I mean, Android only changed the game for Nokia. When Android came, things changed.
All right, you're gonna do 19. I'm gonna do 18. Here we go. Ready?
Oh shit! All right.
That's funny as hell. Oh boy. To be young again. There we go.
All right, see what we got here.
It's not black and white though.
Oh shit! You fucking metalhead. Are you a metalhead at this point?
Oh yeah, I was in a death metal, all sorts of shit. Yeah, like Fear Factory.
Oh my god! Is it you, Rovis? Is your picture?
It's me at 18. I'm 48 now.
Oh my god! You look like that Nirvana band, right?
Yeah, I was a rocker.
Oh, weren't they all like blonde? All the Nirvana people are like blonde or brown.
With some makeup, you would have looked otherwise also.
I'm telling you, girls in high school love putting makeup on me. I was like a hot chick with some makeup on. Like I was, yeah, it was bad. It was crazy.
Yeah, but the ladies love it.
Yeah. I don't have that hair anymore, unfortunately.
I don't think we could pull it off, man. I think we're just too old. I mean, unless you're a literal fucking rock god, you get away with like anything.
At that time, one of my favorite bands was a progressive death metal band, and I ended up like 10 years ago or more being in a band with that very drummer. That was a crazy thing. Where it's like, the guy was awesome. He passed away though.
Progressive death metal. So like, oh well, no, that I was thinking like In Flames, but yeah.
I mean, yeah,
like progressive death metal.
I would consider the band Death to be progressive death metal. Well, as they've gone on in years, not at first. Opeth was another one.
Opeth, all right, I've heard of them. Yeah. What about Cradle of Filth? Where would you put them?
I don't like them. They're kind of like almost in the new metal category for me. They're okay. It's like Danny Filth has an interesting voice. Like I don't hate him or anything. It's just not something I put on very often.
Yeah. Yep. I think they got like a couple of good songs. And the rest are kind of, I really don't care.
I mean, I was in the Sepultura, Metallica, Megadeth, Deicide, Morbid Angel, the classic thrash death stuff. Yeah, that was us back there. Slayer, of course.
And yeah, actually, one of my bands is being signed this month. Kind of funny. Took only 48 years to get to that point.
Or your goal is actually just to, I just want to have like long ass black hair and fucking everybody be cool with it.
Right. Anyway, I'm gonna remove that photo for now.
Here, check this one out. I once had a job as a photographer's assistant and went to the Hyatt, like a photo shoot, and yeah.
Wait, is that the Jack in the Box one?
Yeah, that's him. That's the real deal, man.
Nice. That's awesome.
He has like an entourage of people that like sort of follow him around and like manage him. He doesn't speak, doesn't say anything.
So who does that voice? Because he has a voice on those commercials.
I don't know. Nobody sounded like him in the commercials. I think they're just random voice actors. See, in the commercials.
Interesting. It's such a weird mascot. Because they're like, okay, he's gonna be like the CEO of the company. Like the logo runs the company. It's such a weird way to go about it. I guess it was effective though. It was like.
I like the commercials though. Pretty cool.
I did too. Yeah. I hated the new logo. That Jack where it's like GACK and the K's in the middle of the sign, right? It's the weirdest thing. Like why'd they do that? They had such a catchy logo before that. I don't understand that decision.
Their menu doesn't change much. It's just kind of same old shit.
Oh yeah, I've had many jumbo jacks in my time. And it's funny when you get like a Hispanic lady who you're ordering from. She calls them yummo yak. You want yummo yak?
Yummo yak.
Yummo yak. I didn't know you're from Nepal. Serving me yak meat. That's fine.
So Elliot, you are a photography guy.
Me? No. A fucking terrible photographer.
No, but these pics that one with Nokia phone, I think that was pretty good. I was about to ask you about have you seen the Mozambique president or not? If you were a photography guy.
The Mozambique president? What's that?
I mean, so many memes are coming out. Like he met this Giorgia Meloni, right? Italian Prime Minister.
I got no idea.
And the photographers, they were really sleeping, like lying down on the floor actually to take the pictures. Like he's very tall. Mozambique president, you can check maybe. I don't know if you find it funny or not.
Royvis is pretty fucking tall. He's like
6'7".
Well, pretty fucking tall.
6'7".
Fucking, it's a trip going in there looking for his shoes and shit. You always gotta go for
No, my shoes are okay.
14s or some shit.
I'm 14, so if I was 15, that'd be more difficult. Actually, 14 is not so bad. It's buying pants because I'm slim and tall, and the taller the pants are, they assume you're fatter. It's like it's annoying. It's like why?
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's hard being like.
And the shirts never really fucking fit. They're always like a little too baggy. You know.
Yeah, it's like so I try to do like.
I'm not even as tall as you. I'm like a half a foot shorter than you almost.
Any trick to look slimmer?
What'd you say? Sorry.
I was just saying, is there any trick to look slimmer?
A trick to look slimmer?
Wear black. Wear black.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Wear black.
Or wear vertical stripes, like a vertical, like if you wear horizontal stripes in a pattern, that makes you look bigger. But if you wear vertical stripes, you wear black. There are tricks to looking slimmer than you are. Yeah. It's also just having like well-fitting clothes. Like even if you got like a little bit of a belly, like a dad bod, you can look really good, but it's got to find the right clothes. That's all.
Look, I got another one. I got Jack to do the fucking
the dab.
Zeus.
Oh no, what is that?
I don't know, what is that called? I forgot. I was just like, hey, can you do this? I was like, all right.
Is that hat like glued on or something like this so it doesn't come off? Right?
I can't fucking tell. I don't know. I don't know how he breathes in that fucking thing. It's weird.
I never met Jack. I mean, that's pretty cool.
He walked around with like a fucking guy. Like, yeah, it was very like what's the word? Exactly like how the president walks around and they got their aides following him and shit in a specific formation, just like that. Good one. Just go with that. Ooh, Castaway is on Netflix.
Yeah, I saw that. Also, Face Off. One of the greatest movies of all time. It's hard to explain Face Off. It's bad histrionic acting, but it's almost like you're in this like state of mind where you're like, what the fuck? For like it's a long movie too. It's a crazy. It's a ride. Like it's one of my favorite movies. It's not a good movie, but it's a great movie. You know what I'm saying?
That's with Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, right? I haven't seen that one in a while.
Oh yeah,
They said that one's on there right now.
Yep, it's Cage Volta. You got Cage Volta there. They switch, and so you have
John Travolta acting like Nicolas Cage, and basically Nicolas Cage just being a little bit more like himself, but toned down a bit to be, which is still crazy. It's still bonkers. It's so good. Oh,
I think except for, well, even that, maybe except for like Con Air, Nicolas Cage is always like in his younger days. He's just like, I don't know. It seemed like he was on drugs like all the time.
Do you know that with
I don't know. He's just got this energy about him.
So I know a director who worked with him just on a voiceover thing, and it was exactly what you would expect him, like to the T. It was like he was just like he goes into the vocal booth. He takes off this like crazy leather jacket with this like furry neck, drops it down to his feet, and goes, "Let's fucking go!" and just fucking go, like off script. It's like you have to fix it in post because there's no stopping Nicolas Cage to go like, "Oh, could you actually say this?" Like, there's none of that. And the funny thing is about Face Off is that he just got finished filming Con Air, and within 12 hours was on the set of Face Off. He did those movies back to back. It's almost like just enough time for like wig reconstruction between movies.
Yeah.
It's
maybe
mind blowing.
Maybe like whatever stuff he was taking to get like to bulk up for Con Air. That just like I don't know. Just I mean maybe he had I don't know if he had steroids or anything. It didn't look like he had steroids, but he's definitely taking some I don't know something.
So he goes into a building and there's a gospel choir singing of women, right? And he starts dancing along with it in this maniacal way and goes up behind this blonde woman and just grabs her fucking ass and has this crazy look. It's insane. Face Off is the most insane movie ever made. It makes no sense, but it's like, I fucking love it. Anyway.
Is it a mindfuck in the way that Inception is a mindfuck? Or a different kind of way? I had to watch Inception like 3 times just to understand what the fuck was going on. Go watch Face Off later.
It's a different kind of film.
I have made fire. As I get older, I'm liking like drama movies more and more, and action movies like less and less. I don't know. I feel kind of sad about that. So Necro, the moral of the story is if you're ever losing your will to live, just I don't know, you can go like observe morons in their natural habitat, or you can watch movies. That's always good too. Movies are great. All right, I'm gonna get off and watch this movie. See you guys.
Hey, check out that YouTube I just posted in the comments. Check it out.
YouTube?
It's in the comments.
Doesn't Dan do anything? Why does it go from it? Why does it go from a neutron star to a black hole? It's just like
I don't know. Yeah, right. So every time two
mass.
neutron stars collapse into each other, does it always form a black hole, or is that I don't know. I mean,
it's just like some metric of mass, like some quantitative amount of mass, and then once that critical mass is achieved, then it's a black hole. I don't know. How does that work?
It's a fun little watch, though. Got to admit.
Yeah, I like the visual aids like that. Really helps the analogy along. Part of the reason why platonic objects are stupid, because there's just like no visual aid to go along with them.
Yeah, I mean, our universe is really efficient at making black holes. That's one thing's for sure. Do you think we could be inside of a black hole, like our entire universe?
Isn't that something that fucking Roger Penrose said, isn't that something
Probably.
Penrose said?
Yeah, probably it did. Was he the first one to posit that?
I don't know. Somebody like him, there's like a theory like that. I remember Sean Carroll talking about it. He's saying, oh, so-and-so thinks he might live inside of a black hole. I was falling asleep when I was listening to it, though.
But it's interesting how when the two neutron stars collapse into each other, it creates this like resonance almost, this sort of like vibration in the geometry of space. That's wild. And they're trying to visualize it as much as possible, but.
Well, I guess technically, like all mass, well, maybe not all mass, but most mass, like affects space-time or causes ripples. You know, that's just what gravity is. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to visualize. It's easy to visualize it on like the surface of a pond, but like, like if you go from the surface to underwater, then what does it look like? It's harder to visualize that.
Well, the metals like gold, I think they are formed by this neutron star collision only. It's very fascinating. Even uranium also. Is there any new movie about that or what?
About what, neutron stars?
Yeah, I mean something related to universe.
Not that I know of. I mean, maybe there is. All right, I'm gonna go watch this movie.
So my question is, which heavy elements can only be created by the merger of two neutron stars? Because it does say that in the video. Like which elements are those? Because I know gold has to be created in a supernova explosion.
Yeah, gold, silver, uranium, heavy metals basically, right?